shooter in the lobby was the shooter in the lobby, and no one could confirm whether it was the lobby or outside the building. But either way, Trump is not shot. And whoever was playing with guns, it could have been an accidental discharge, but I hope it doesn't cancel the event. And I hope Trump comes out and roasts the liberal mind virus hypnotist industrial complex and, ruthlessly roasts them. And it will be glorious. If he comes out, I'm not out tonight. I'm going to sit here and listen to our glorious president, our brave warrior president, fighting the Islamic Caliphate, fighting the Ummah of Muhammad and his bullshit laws. God bless Donald Trump. God bless America.
Was anyone shot? Was anyone shot?
He was in the face, probably.
The shooter was. Was anyone else shot?
I don't know. It's developing.
Yeah, this is a media blackout, though. This.
Yeah.
There's a media blackout, definitely. So we don't know what it was, who it was, why it was. But for them to do a media blackout, it must be something. So.
Yeah, because Charlie Kirk, that happened. Fucking everyone unfortunately had to see Charlie Kirk's neck get, blown out. And I don't think they want that to happen again. They scrubbed that shit as much as they could, so they probably were trying to scrub anything. If I don't know.
In the link above, you could hear the shots or something, and Trump being escorted away by Secret Service is pretty crazy.
Well, that's wild shit,
man. What was that?
And the link above is a video of it, not the shooter, but what happened with Trump.
Where was he? Like when this happened? Was he in the?
He was at the table. He was
at the table. Oh. And then what? What happened? He's at the table. What happened?
You look at the video. All these service guys taking him away. And you can hear the gunshots. I think there's popping sounds in the lobby. You can tell. They're pointing their guns at the audience. That's crazy. Wow.
Yep, I just heard it, man. Probably some pro-Iranian IRGC asshole, just hates America, hates Israel, hates Trump, thinks that, he wasn't going to get in there, but it's just fucking crazy, man. I don't know.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
You? How many times has this happened where they've tried to kill this man? This is fucking nuts.
This is
he must be doing something right. If they're trying to kill him that much. Obama, dude, what? We heard about, one fucking plot from some hillbillies? That's all I remember, but.
There is no one alive today. He is the most targeted man, the most hated man, the most projected upon man. He is the evergreen catch-all of everyone's misery, hate, anger, frustration, low IQ. And so, there is no one that is a bigger magnetizer. He has so much energy directed towards him, and it's all negative from the left. You're talking 60 million woke liberal American Karens that want to see him killed. And when Charlie Kirk was assassinated on this app, they were dancing. We should go to Politically Correct right now. Cut in. Let me live stream Politically Correct. And you will hear people laughing, dancing, so happy that the correspondence dinner was canceled. Yeah. These people are sickening.
It's not liberal. I just say that, but there's people even on the right who are acting this way, because I have people, the Nick Fuentes fuckers who were finding out was funded probably by the Southern Poverty Law Center that is getting sued. So it was a psyop, which I had a feeling I said something like this. He's really hurt the right a lot with his anti-Israel stance and this shit, and has drawn a line in the sand. And so this is fucking, there's a bunch of people on the right who absolutely hate America and their pro-Israel stance, to the point where I wouldn't be surprised if some of them would do this too. I hate to say it, man, but I've witnessed people, I've talked to people, I know a couple of guys personally that hate Israel so bad, they're rooting for America to fail in this. They want China to fucking take over as leaders. It's crazy. TDS. So we're dealing with a TDS here. From the left,
so are they all leaving? They're leaving? Right. Is it over? Is it canceled?
I don't know. I do see.
It looks like they're all leaving.
I would cancel
Get over
it.
your fucking TDS.
They're probably going.
You know, this president's got serious issues, but this is wrong. Are they leaving? I think it's canceled.
They're probably going to a different room, just temporarily.
It's too.
This president has serious issues. This president has serious courage. This president has serious patriotism. This president has serious love for country. And how dare you come in here during another assassination attempt and say that Donald Trump has problems? You got fucking problems. Hello? We got a president that we can trust and that we know we can trust, and the president we wanted to defeat the left woke, to defeat the Islamic terrorists around the world that think we should pay them jizz tax. Hello?
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Lady,
You're an idiot. You're ad hominem projecting onto me. You're the idiot. You're the idiot that you accuse other people of being. Do you see how ad hominem projection works now? Idiot.
I still find this very interesting. Really, there's not even. I don't think CNN hasn't tweeted. I haven't even gone to their stupid TV, area. I don't ever do
We
that.
don't even know what the fuck happened right now. Like,
But
I mean,
it's
fucking
very
funny.
interesting.
You
It's
calm down,
very,
Mr. Whatever you're
very
doing.
interesting.
Alistair,
that there's
chill out,
the only-
dude.
the
Like,
only
you need to.
people-
hey, your mom is trying to talk. What are you doing?
the only people able to get through are the people that are usually like the foreign people. You know what I mean? Like Marian Nawfal, obviously he's the only one so far that's reported. I don't want to separate Dick Sword. He did get through. But
It's on CNN.
This is almost going on 25 minutes. Almost 20, probably more than that. This is crazy. There's nothing.
It's CNN's reporting it. What are you talking about? Mario Narfal tweeted CNN.
This is the comedy for the night. Look, is it? Oh, that's what I'm. What is the? Is this the comedy?
I don't know. How funny are you?
I mean, I don't know. This is as funny as this show is right now.
What are you talking about?
It's like it
What the
fucking
fuck?
sucks. I was looking forward to seeing this tonight. Thought it was gonna be funny, but
Oh, well, sorry.
Are you saying you came in here knowing this was going to happen? Is that what you're
dude,
saying?
I came in here wishing you guys all had happy.
I heard you. What's wrong with you now? What's wrong with you?
All of a sudden, like this fucking, I can't believe this happened. I just.
Somebody give her a hug.
More videos come. Yeah, more videos coming out. I'm watching
up, Beaver?
now. He hasn't been
I
shot.
love Beaver.
Beaver, you heard
Thank
about
God.
that?
I'm glad that he is okay.
She's speaking. She's talking. She's talking. She's so they're speaking here.
Also voluntarily, but now please be patient as we figure out just how much time it will be, but it shouldn't be that much longer. Thank you very much. Thank you.
There you go. It's not still on.
It's just such an extraordinary moment where you have all of the nation's top. For such an event to have happened, you said.
Do you guys want to hear it?
Coming from the room above the ballroom. Did you hear those sounds as well?
No, I did not. It was a very calm. It was the dinner was proceeding as usual. Again, it was during the salad course. People were having conversation. Regent J, you just heard from CBS News, the president of the White House Correspondents Association, issuing brief remarks, and the room seemed to be looking forward to hearing from the president. Several high-ranking officials, including the vice president, and other cabinet level officials were in the room. The press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, also was introduced, along, of course, with the president and the first lady. And there was a sense that this was a rare instance where, journalists and administration, which is known, of course, to be very compatible with the press at times, in this particular case, did come to this dinner, and while the president was set to make remarks, we probably anticipated what he would say along with remarks. What sort of tone he would establish speaking with the press, but he did receive a round of applause when he was introduced, and and certainly there was a sense among many members of the press that they wanted to hear what he had to say. And then there was a sense of surprise, shock that this situation unfolded. I heard several times of not tonight, that this event, which is meant to celebrate the First Amendment and honor journalism, was impacted in this way. And the president,
I think they might be putting plastic up. They're measuring the podium.
Before those remarks were ever made. Again, Secret Service came in here. Again, I was sitting with.
Yeah, I think they're gonna. I think they might be putting glass around them, like like the Pope does. Oh gosh, I think they might be. They're measuring.
And told him to get down. Everyone got down immediately on the floor.
I have gone mute now.
This is going to be the most glorious roast of all time. This is going to be a roast for the history books. Donald Trump is going to take a blowtorch, a flamethrower, and he's going to go to scorched earth against the liars, the hypnotists, the mass media propagandists that want to demoralize America, confuse America, cause chaos in America. He's going to roast these fucking pigs, and it's going to be a glorious barbecue. So get your toasted bread, get your butter, get your barbecue sauce, because we are having pig meat for dinner tonight. Hello?
Well, it's true, though, man. I mean, I'm just looking at this subjectively here, and the same assholes that were telling everybody that Ukraine was somehow winning against Russia.
There's nothing.
It's they're not, and I know that's sad to some people. I'm not rooting for Russia, but I was always like, how the fuck are they saying that the Ukrainians are winning? I mean, they were saying that the Russians are running out of ammo, and we're fighting with shovels 3 years ago. It was shovels 3 years ago. This is the media.
They are
The
doing
leftist
pretty
media, they're
fucking
all
well,
this fucking-
actually. Ukraine actually is teaching
No.
us drones shit. Do you realize
Yeah,
how
the
much we're learning from Ukraine, dude? They are doing
Yeah.
quite well,
Yeah.
motherfucker. So I don't know where you're getting your information from, but it is pretty fucking kick-ass what they've done. I'm being serious. No, when you, dude, seriously, we're learning from the motherfucker.
Do you mind not
I think you gotta,
interrupting me?
seriously.
Do you mind not interrupting me?
Fact. These are
Do you
facts.
mind not interrupting me? So I'm not saying that Ukrainians aren't putting up a valiant fight, okay? And I'm not rooting for the Russians here. But the only reason the Ukrainians... Ma'am, stop interrupting me. Hey!
They're teaching us how to work with Iran,
Can you guys
motherfucker.
please move her down when she's just retarded.
Not all Iran.
All right.
It's one crustacean left
You
on
don't-
the side of the swamp wall. We got
Jesus
to
fuck, man. Why do we always have these retarded, drunk Persian women? They're just stupid, dude. Anyway,
mountain. Continue.
yeah, so, yes, they're putting up a valiant fight. I'm not saying that, but it's because the Americans and the Western Alliance...
I mean, you don't even know how to fight.
Would you shut the fuck up?
Stupid.
Shut up!
Stupid, dude. That's not cool either. You're like, I mean,
you're making
that's
yourself
seriously.
You don't sound normal.
Dude, she won't stop talking. I can't even talk every time I try. I'm not going through this. I'm not letting it raise my blood pressure because we got retarded Persians that can't be moved on. So, it's just ridiculous. Oh, yeah? I'm not worried about that. Anyway, it's ridiculous. Lady, you are crazy. Get off the line. God damn it, man. Yeah. So the same media that tried to say that the Russians are losing the war are trying to say that the Iranians are winning. That's just sad. It's sad. I don't. The media. Leftist media trying to say that the Iranians are winning the talk about how the Americans don't support this. They talked about how bad the fuel prices are, even though they never talked about it when Obama or Biden had their shit. Obama had fuel prices on average in 2011, I looked it up, at $4 a gallon, and nobody said fucking shit.
We shouldn't
This is
even
back in
respond to that
2011.
shit, Mountain. We shouldn't even respond to that shit.
Yeah. Well, what I'm just saying though is that it's just sad though that we, anyway, just sad about the leftist media that roots against America and their interest. You know what I mean? We're not only trying to disarm the mullahs from being bullies so they don't have nuclear weapons, but also one of the biggest things people don't understand is that we're trying to make sure that petrodollar survives and that BRICS in China doesn't take over. So in Venezuela, the Chinese were buying sanctioned oil that was cheap, and they were getting it through their shadow fleet. They were, putting it over there. So we can still allow the Chinese to buy Venezuelan oil, but it's going to be through the American dollar, through the petrodollar, which is going to, make sure it survives. And if we have to cut that off in a military situation against China, we can do that. Same thing in Iran. The Chinese were buying 25% of their oil, sanctioned oil, cheap oil, from Iran. We're making sure that's going to be blocked through the petrodollar, and if we have to, we can blockade the whole strait of Hormuz in the military security. That means China only has about 90 days to 6 months at max of oil reserve to fight a war with America and Taiwan. And that's a huge thing. We're trying to make sure that this invasion of Taiwan is just not really worth it for the Chinese. So that means moving semiconductor factories to Arizona, like you heard about Trump announcing that a couple of years ago, where the largest semiconductor maker in the world was partnering with America and coming and making factories here. That's because we're afraid of the Chinese locking that down in the semiconductor world. And also we want to make sure we have a three-pronged approach. So we have a three-point plan to fight the Chinese on the water. But that's militarily, but we want to make sure that we can blockade oil and all these choke points around the world if we have to in a military situation. So it's important.
When you see the the Taiwanese prime minister shaking hands with President Xi, and they're kind of repairing their relationship, what does that make you think or feel?
That's not a good situation. I mean, what do you do? I mean, I think that they're kind of in an appeasement stage, Neville Chamberlain thought he could appease Hitler in World War II. And so they caught the Germans going against the Treaty of Versailles, which they were building a military that was over 100,000. And they had a giant military. Well, because they wanted to appease them, they just let it go. Then they started pushing for Czechoslovakia at the time. And so the Allies appeased them. Neville Chamberlain gives them the Sudetenland and allows them to take it, I guess. Well, they appease them and they take the Sudetenland and just let them go with it. And so finally, man, they just realized they weren't, the Germans weren't going to stop. And when they invaded Poland, that was over with. Neville Chamberlain finally fucking resigned, realizing he can't negotiate with these people. And there comes fucking, Winston Churchill. So I think that's kind of the situation here. So.
This is going to be the biggest White House press correspondence dinner of all time. This shooting guarantees the highest ratings that Donald Trump and any president has ever gotten for any correspondence dinner of all time. This show is going to be a knockout blow to the liberal leftist media.
How many fucking accounts do you need over here? I mean, you're running for Congress like 16 times over here.
So, looks like they're setting up the NA there or no?
Yeah.
They're sitting at the podium because he's probably going to speak on this event, huh? What happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Look at all the security.
They really want him dead.
Yeah, I know. That's 3 times now.
Oh, my God.
3 times that you know about. Again, this is the most targeted man alive.
It's really weird. Like, I came in here in a good mood. I thought it was going to be funny. Like, and then all of a sudden it fucking happened. Who's the lady on stage that said, like, are you, because my TV was on, I just muted. That's really weird that happened. Sucks. Bummer. I'm glad hopefully no one's hurt. I mean, sucks though. I was kind of just chilling. I'm questioning.
Go chill.
What makes
you know
think this is a funny
Be nice, mister. How about that? Okay, start from there. Okay? Be nice.
Well, we're so sorry your Saturday night was interrupted by a possible assassination attempt on our great president. Hopefully next Saturday you'll have a better Saturday when there's no assassination attempt and you're feeling much better positive vibrations. Hello?
We should still have our Carlos Rossi, but we're not off the hook yet.
I'm sorry, I don't even understand what
Top
you're
of the
talking
line, Ryan. Carlo Rossi. Top of the line, Ryan.
There is one similarity in the case of Taiwan and Iran, because both these countries were not diplomatically solved by Henry Kissinger during the time. And now we need, for example, that kind of solution in this moment, because it was not dealt in that time.
They also hate Kash Patel with a fucking passion. The left hates Kash Patel. Every second that they get to say Kash Patel is drunk, even when he's sitting there having a good time. Hello?
You want to hear it?
Hello?
Do you want to hear it or should I turn it off?
No, go for it.
Washington, D.C., and the White House Correspondents' Dinner, where President Trump and other high-ranking White House officials have been evacuated from the Washington Hilton after loud noises were heard in the lobby or close to the ballroom. This is happening right now. This is video taken from the White House Correspondents' Dinner just a short time ago, where witnesses described hearing what sounded like gunshots at the lounge room near the ballroom where the president was supposed to speak at the White House Correspondents' Dinner tonight. He and other high-ranking officials swiftly evacuated. Secret Service has been sweeping the room and the hotel since this happened. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is at that dinner. He is live on the phone for us to tell us exactly what has happened and what's going on.
If you want me to mute it, let me know, okay? I have no problem.
Did Trump get shot? If he gets shot, then
I don't think so. I'm listening right now.
No, it's all right.
A few minutes ago, President Trump and several high-ranking officials, cabinet members, as you mentioned, were suddenly evacuated by Secret Service as this Correspondents Association dinner was just starting to get underway. The president had been introduced. A Star-Spangled Banner had played. There were brief remarks by the president of the White House Correspondents Association welcoming the president, welcoming Trump administration officials, and also thousands of journalists in the room.
I heard that Trump will be coming back
down for dinner, the salad course, as we awaited the president's remarks. All of a sudden, the Secret Service agents burst into the room, the different portions of the room, gathering around the cabinet-level officials. The president was evacuated along with the vice president, the first lady.
Shots were fired at the president.
Trump administration. It's unclear exactly what led to that evacuation. We have spoken with one witness who said
loud noises were heard in the lobby or close to the ballroom. This is happening right now.
Or two gunshots from an adjacent room to the ballroom, possibly above the ballroom. It's not, we don't have confirmed that there were gunshots, but that's what, according to one
That's a big fucking room. Sorry, there's a lot of people in there.
They said
so it's kind of overwhelming. It's a lot of people. It's kind of scary, dude.
I can tell you from my vantage point, I was sitting at the same table with Secretary Burgum, Doug Burgum. He was approached very quickly by Secret Service agents, told to get on the ground. Other journalists in the vicinity, as well as myself, also got on the ground. And I did not hear any gunshots or anything that sounded like them. It was just an incredibly sudden interruption to the evening. This is, of course, a very significant night here in Washington. The first time that President Trump, as president, has attended this dinner. There was a lot of high anticipation to what he would say. But again, this this evening interrupted very, very suddenly, and we're just now trying to sort out what happened and whether this dinner will continue now that the president has been evacuated, Jessica.
Gabe, thank you. Please stand by. We want to mention we understand the president at one point was on his way back to the White House after those panicky moments. It's unclear whether he made it back yet or if he plans to return. As we were told, the dinner would be resuming tonight. Let's go to NBC's Garrett Hake, who is outside the Washington Hilton for us right now. Garrett, what are you seeing and what are you hearing?
I can tell you there's enormous confusion right now about exactly what's taking place inside the ballroom and in the blocks around it here in Northwest Washington, D.C. I'm at the intersection of 19th and Florida Avenue, about a block and a half now south of the...
If Trump gets killed, it's going to be a civil war.
Everyone had immediately, with the ballroom evacuated. It's clear that the president has been evacuated from the ballroom, but not necessarily from the property at large. The Beast limousine, or at least one of them, we still spotted outside as we were coming out. There is still a significant both police and Secret Service presence here outside the Washington Hilton Hotel, with anyone who essentially got up out of the ballroom asked to keep moving and get outside. This is a highly secured event. When the president attends, you have a massive Secret Service presence here. The Metropolitan Police Department, that's Washington's local police department, is here, as are a host of other federal agencies who participate in securing events at which the president and vice president both participate, which are few and far between. We saw them in force when those reports of gunshots first came out. I could hear some noise loudly from, it sounded like the room above us, which would make sense with the reporting of some kind of disturbance in the lobby. But then we saw the tactical unit. That's not the men and women in suits, but the folks in SWAT-like body armor and heavy weaponry coming into the room, very quickly covering the president and first lady, then subsequently checking on, covering, and removing the other service and Capitol Police protectees who were in the room, the Speaker of the House, much of the congressional leadership. It is extraordinarily rare outside of the State of the Union to have this many of the country's top officials under one roof, as Gabe pointed out. It's the first time in his years as president that President Trump has attended, both he and the vice president. Quickly, again, escorted from the room. There is no indication of any harm that has come to them, or I should add, anyone else who was attending this event. Again, no indication at this moment of anyone at the event or at the hotel who was injured in whatever this event was. So out here, a lot of journalists, a lot of people in the neighborhood, a lot of folks are trying to figure out exactly what's going on here. The White House correspondent from the station says this event will continue.
Derek, I'm so sorry. We are glad that you and our correspondents are okay. Let's head over now to NBC News Now. We will conclude this special report here on NBC Network right now. We will have a full wrap up tomorrow on Sunday.
I think that's.
So for the record, Lisa 420's room has the title "Trump has been shot." Just shows you just how sick people can get, you know.
Yeah, that they want this to happen for sure. And they're definitely celebrating anything like this, which is pretty sick. So just shows what type of people they are, And I don't know. I think people, these people need to be fucking watched, man. Like, they are so anti-American, it's sick to me. I wish they'd get on a fucking boat and get the fuck out of here. Whatever country you think is better than America, go to it. Please, get out of here.
Well, they don't say American people.
Dude, you don't even know what happened.
They say our people. Our people. Not American people. Our people.
Like, honestly, we don't really know. So, I mean, honestly, like, unless you guys have facts, please present them. I'm being serious.
Hello?
It doesn't sound like it's...
Oh, are you defending this?
Hello?
No, I'm honestly saying we really don't know. I mean, please, correct me. I'm being serious. I'm confused.
Hello?
Like, I'm just shocked this fucking happened. I'm pissed at that. Like, I'm like, dude. Okay, anyways.
Okay, everybody, we are going to do something amazing. We are going to cross-stream politically correct. Here we go.
My tinfoil hat off yet or no?
This is politically correct. Just listen to how demonic these people are.
He was inside the secure area, meaning that he passed some type of checkpoint. And who's responsible for that? Secret Service? The FBI? Like, who's responsible for
Secret Service? I don't think anybody here knows that.
It's very choppy, but clearly they don't understand who's responsible for the security of our president. Hello?
It just doesn't sound smart. Like, you mean your big plan was to run up to the gate and shoot at one Secret Service member?
If they shut down the event, it's a win. It's always a win with these people. If they stop an event, if they stop themselves from being exposed, it's a win for them. If they stop the event, that's a major win for the left because they're about to get destroyed, obliterated, annihilated, sent back to oblivion where they belong. Hello?
What, so they stopped some fundraiser? So people can't like start to
You haven't stopped anything. It's they galvanize. All they do is galvanize us. It's like, you know, when they made him a felon, the Trump making him a felon, they were thinking yeah, they were thinking that it was gonna, fuck up the base. So we're not gonna vote for a felon. We just made it stronger. Made him stronger. And them trying to kill him, it makes people who have a brain realize, man, then if they're trying to kill him, then he's right over the target. He really is doing something. You know, I mean, obviously.
I mean, how can they refer to it as
to the deep state
already when
and
the person wasn't even in the same,
so.
room
perfect, but I think that
and there's no way
did they actually shoot at him? Like, I mean,
someone went in there to try to fuck it up.
I'm fully asking you, did someone shoot at Trump? Honestly, did he shoot at anyone?
I think some guy went in the lobby. I think some guy, from what I can hear, I mean, obviously still developing, right? Some guy went in the lobby, was going to try to probably shoot his way in there. I mean, he wasn't going to make it. But he was trying to at least fuck shit up, trying to delay it, trying to fuck it up. And he got dusted right at the lobby.
So breaking.
So there was the shooter was 5 feet from the president, according to
no, from going back to the event, of course. The White House. Is at the White House right now.
Wolf went outside.
He's saying he's going to definitely go back, so they're trying to sort that out. Just so everybody
He wants to be like godlike, But we don't even know. So he didn't even get past the lobby. That's good. I mean, dude, this is fucking nuts. I don't like these fucking gun shit. I'm just glad I wasn't in that room because there are so many people in that room. I'm surprised it's not a fire. Like they're allowed to have. That's probably like maybe 2,000 people in that room.
No,
I mean, seriously, like to get out of there is not. That would be a fucking clusterfuck.
Are you anti-gun or are you anti-2A?
I'm a little bit claustrophobic, but that's a big ballroom, and when it happened, you can see that they didn't really know where to go. If there was a shooter in there, I'm surprised that they actually have it set up there. They will not have it set up like that again. I guarantee that because it didn't even look like safety. From a fire, like there's so many people. I think there's maybe 2,000 people in the room.
Do you believe in no gun zone?
Do you guys see the room? Are you looking? The room's really big. I don't know. I'm curious to know if anyone else has a gas like 1,500 people. And the tables are closed and stuff. I mean, I don't know how they would have if there was a shooter in there. I'm just surprised they put that many people. I mean, I don't think it was organized very well safely either.
It's true social.
What happened to white people run when they go to? They're supposed to fucking go.
I don't think they could have. There's so many people in that room. They could have run. There's no way because the tables are so. I don't think that was like. I'm surprised that got past code for that amount of tables without having a line out. I'm being serious. I don't think they could have run. I mean, did you see all the people that came around with the gun?
No, they probably couldn't have. Some guy was in there. Could be shot like, like when it's like ducks in a barrel or whatever. But here's the thing, man. The Secret Service and the security forces weren't going to allow that to happen.
And I have
Dude, I'm so
recommended
glad
that
I was
let the show go on.
Because that would
You
be
know?
But will entirely
and
be
I
guided
just like
by law
seeing it on
enforcement.
TV right now.
They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than
like
planned.
what you're seeing on
And
TV.
we'll just plain. Just
No,
I was
she's
just,
plain
I
have
was
to
just
do
coming
it
in
again.
wishing everyone a nice
President
Saturday. I
Donald
really
Trump.
was. And I said, you
So-
know, I wanted to see if anyone was curious
I
about
don't know,
the
that's
correspondence
kind of
dinner.
saying yes,
And people were like,
don't
started,
know,
saying yeah.
maybe so,
And that's really, and
go
then all
home.
of a sudden, like, the lady, I didn't catch her name, but she's like, calling, are you watching the TV right now? And I looked up and there's a little sliver of saying that. They
Fuck,
started
dude,
shooting.
just check,
So
dude. Holy
I'm
fuck.
just pissed, okay? I'm
I mean, maybe they should run an active course before all
I did not want it to rain on me today. Like, I was coming in here.
Trent Jr.
Well, thank you. We heard it enough. Yeah, we know you're in a good mood, and the story's developing. So, Trump's alive.
Oh my
I
God,
think
they
we're gonna
crying
be all right.
again.
And
Oh,
He
crying.
He wants to salad. Okay?
The king is safe.
Give the man a meal.
Now Fox is saying Trump.
He's a gangster again. Not like he's quite gangster right now. You know what I'm saying?
But they couldn't want a journalist that was opposed to Trump. We don't know who they were trying to shoot at. I'm being honest. We know nothing about what the intention, because honestly, these are a lot of people that actually are there's comedians
Well, I
that
see
go
some
there.
people still
Seth
hanging around.
Meyers, a lot of people go there that are kind of controversial. So I'm just saying, we don't know that much. We don't know what the fuck happened yet. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, we don't know why it went there. We
There's other
don't
people that
know
don't
why.
like the other. There's a lot of people don't like.
I don't like this.
Jimmy Kimmel and shit like that.
Grocery stores.
All right, lady, chill out. We heard it enough. Damn it, Pepe, what's up, man? What do you think?
Well, so far, I don't know. Was it a lefty?
Alright.
No,
So recap.
Was it a
Trump
lefty?
said that
Well, I'm just saying,
through security,
what's going in my mind. Is a lefty?
and was
Could
still
it be
able to get to
an
the
Islamic
line.
terrorist? Could it be?
No,
I don't know.
I said that earlier, man. That
Like I said, this, I think this is at the Washington.
I was saying that earlier.
Culture,
That
which
even people on the right, man, are kind of pissed off.
Sorry, I don't
Look at
think
that. You was about to tell a story.
So
Go ahead.
it
It's
literally
not,
could
I don't think you can kind of see the magnetometer right now. So it's not right quite, it's right
What if a
before,
security
looks like you can get
service
into
just
the lobby
I'm gonna
before you
save
get
the
into the
world.
point where they hit you with the magnetometer. It's not
I
far,
was
but
thinking,
that's
I'm
possible.
wondering how
It's like he was
how
able to
they
come
engaged
from the
them.
street
They must have
and get to the magnetometer. Once you hit the magnetometer,
that
that's
person
where he
trying
tried
to
to
get
charge
into they would have had to have seen a weapon. I'm guessing for them to take a lethal shot. So did he have a gun drawn and he was making his way towards the area, where Trump was? I'm wondering, that will say a lot.
Matt shared that video, and you
Can't
can
miss
hear.
the opportunity. That's what I was thinking. Like, send everybody home and just get on the teleprompter.
This is live
You gotta put headphones on.
This is live Monday day for to get into them damn dinners and shit. You know what I'm saying? You bought tickets and go out there, pay $700,000 for the dinner. You ain't gonna be rushing up out of there either. That's a lot of bread.
Somebody just tried to shoot the place up.
No, I get it. I'm saying, but that's how their mindset is. It sounds like some people stayed in there. They were still hanging out. You know what I'm saying? They're like, shit, we know we hear gunshots. We out of there. We're not coming back. Like, I paid too much money to get in. Y'all finna
Those people got the money.
The dangerous part about shit like that, though, is but the dangerous part of shit like that is when is that they, of course, Secret Service is going to plan for this.
Oh, they coming back in, y'all. They coming back through.
There can be something that happens like that, some sort of a diversion, and they hit them when they're in motion. In other words, while they're evacuating, during the chaos. There's a lot of shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, like the secret. I don't think the correspondence dinner is something you can just drive up to and just, hey, I'm gonna show up. I'm pretty sure there's layers. Right. So hold on, man.
This was different.
Hold on.
That's a good point, though.
Right. So I'm pretty sure there's layers to that shit where it'd be harder to even get to that correspondence dinner. So it sounds a little weird. I think. even get
So
that
that's kind of
fucking
what I'm
far.
saying. Like, it was kind of
This
like
whole
last
string.
minute that Trump decided to show up. So this is usually Trump hasn't shown up. So the thing is, this is
Hello?
not.
No, he was planning on this. He was planning on this. No, this was planned days in advance. No, they were talking about this dinner. They were talking about this dinner weeks ago. Yes, they were going to have Trump there.
It doesn't look like it was orchestrated.
Yes, they were.
I just want to say that in Patty's politically correct room, a speaker on the stage said, why would it just be one person shooting out at the front in the entrance? That's a losing plan. Why would they do that? As if they were disappointed that it wasn't a more sophisticated attack on the president. That's the type of sick, disgusting, homicidal pieces of shit that live in Patty's bullshit politically correct room of Democrat, Marxist, communist, anti-American terrorists, part of the Muslim caliphate. I am complete.
Focus on your own room, okay? Focus on your own room. How about that?
Thank you for your service, John. Appreciate it.
It's good to watch the terrorists, man. I appreciate it. We need to watch these type of people. See, that's the thing is, we watch people in our country, like, you know, and we want to call these fuckers out, these anti-American assholes. You know, I'm tired of them.
Do you think Trump's pro-American, or do you think Trump's pro-Trump?
Pro-American.
I think he's pro-Trump.
Well, I know you think that, Pepe, but I think he's pro-American.
See, Pepe, when you say Trump is pro-Trump, that's actually you saying Pepe's pro-Pepe. That's Pepe projection. You see how projection works now, Dr. Pee-Pee?
No, I don't think. I don't. Hold on a second. I don't think a draft dodger like him could have.
Got your ass, Dr. Pee-Pee. Got your ass, Dr.
I would be
Pee-Pee.
president, and I sure as fuck don't think he makes a good.
You're in the Matrix, Pepe.
Pepe, you know the alternative, though, right? What's the So I want to. Were you like disappointed that Kamala didn't win, or what?
No, fuck Kamala. I voted for Trump 3 times.
Well, then what's your deal with him, man? I mean, like, why are you dying on these dumb molehills, dude?
Because he's been a fucking disaster since with his stupid fucking tariffs, his starting fucking wars for a foreign country, what else?
He
shut the border off. I don't watch that. I don't watch that homosexual.
I thought you were homosexual. Were you lying? You dig that?
Economic bankruptcy.
But when it comes to
strategy,
see, we shut your fucking mouth. See, shut your fucking mouth, you obnoxious drunk bitch.
Pepe, thank you.
Somebody had to tell her. Holy shit. When it comes to Trump, I just he closed the border. That is the least he could have fucking done. The bare minimum responsibility he had after what he said. He isn't really deporting that many people. He's just he said whatever he thought he had to say to get elected, and I just think he's obnoxious. I mean, what has he really done for this country?
Well, I would argue that BRICS, right? I've talked about this earlier. BRICS is an alliance that is right now economic, right? Have yet to announce.
BRICS is worthless, dude. That shit wasn't going to harm the United States.
Oh,
these stupid fucking tariffs, and then this disaster with
The tariffs, the tariffs taxing foreign governments and manufacturers, the horror of a tax on illegal immigrants. Oh, Pepe. Listen, you guys heard it first from Pepe's mouth. He is a Nazi accelerationist who actually projects onto Trump how much Pepe hates America. Because Donald Trump loves America. Unlike Pepe, this fake Republican who I guarantee you has never voted in a single American election. Pepe is the biggest anti-American fraud on this app. And Dr. Pee-Pee is nothing but a Nazi accelerationist, white supremacist racist. You fucking little midget, fucking Goomba little faggot.
Go take your side.
Oh, you're back. Come on, you're wrong, Pepe. President Trump chose the international security over.
No, he didn't. No, I don't want to listen. I have to listen to
that you choose.
No, this is bullshit. I have to listen.
Short-term money.
No.
International longer.
No, he doesn't.
agree with Pepe for once. This is a big deal. I agree with Pepe.
I mean, he's been.
This is the first time for me. I agree with Pepe. It's the first time for me. I agree with Pepe. I don't think it's necessary the first time, but first time I seriously concur with
Oh,
Pepe.
is this Sarah? Is this Sarah? Is that crazy Persian Sarah?
No, that's her Karen clone.
Oh, Dr. Sarah?
No, she's BB.
Crazy Persian Sarah.
I recognize her voice.
And I get really sick and annoyed. So there's like another, it's called like War Room, whatever. And I get along with Rafi and I get along with the Jews here on Clubhouse, but they obviously have their own fucking bend when it comes to supporting Trump. Check the person and the Asian diaspora has their own fucking bend for why they are supporting. Mean that it is for the greater good and that anything good is going to come out of it. That is the whole fucking problem. If he doesn't solve the problem, but it ends up fucking up the economy, costing a lot of money, people lose their lives, then it literally there was no point in doing it. You caused harm instead of doing anything good.
It's caused so much harm, and the thing is, those countries, we could be like doing so much better from a world nation. I'm not fucking kidding you. This is a joke. Like, why? It's wrong. But on every level. That's the thing. Is like every fucking level.
Yeah, like these tariffs. Why would Trump put on tariffs and cause all these taxes on these imports that we don't want in this that country? That's a quote from Pepe. The 4'6" midget, the fake America first, the fake Republican, the fake Trump supporter, Pepe, the Nazi accelerationist scumbag. Hello?
He's a bad businessman. That's a fucking fact. I'm sorry, but it's really the goddamn reality.
And you're a bad middle class woman.
You don't have to.
You're a bad middle class woman. You can barely probably survive that. See, I'm going to tell you something, okay? Japan actually became the second largest economy in the world because of a protectionist policy using tariffs, protecting their industry. That's when we used to get Hondas and Toyotas and dirt bikes and fucking Walkmans and all that badass shit. You know,
I'm sorry.
Please stop talking. God, I have to just finish what I'm saying and then you can respond. But Japan, despite what Pepe says, became the second largest economy in the world. And that was through a policy of protectionism. That's tariffs. Protecting their industry. So we are the largest economy in the world, man. We're the most attractive market also. So putting tariffs on our goods is a good thing. Protecting our industry, hold on. Yeah, it is. We're protecting our industry. Because
even the Republicans have all largely laughed at even Republicans have all largely laughed. Most Republicans have laughed at the tariffs, saying how it was stupid.
You know that they're retarded when they can't even keep their monkey mouth shut for a while?
Why do you think
it's just crazy.
It's
got to be Pepe and C coming off the mic. So.
Dude, they even fucking know that the tariffs are illegal. They also don't work well for the economy, dude. It's stupid shit. It's a fucking fact. And I happen to know economics. Honestly, so it was completely, blatantly fucking ignorant on our stupid shit, dude.
Man, Persians are crazy, dude. Persian women, don't ever date them, gentlemen. Don't ever date a Persian. Trust me.
What are you talking about? There's a lot of
God, dude. Listen to these crazy fucks.
I heard friends in Jersey and New York.
I've never met a level-headed Persian woman on Clubhouse, at least. Every one of them's nuts. Sarah, C, every one of them. BB, every fucking one of them are nutcases, dude. Bring a little bit of fucking Persian wine and do this shit.
It's not like you're definitely like, an angel, like in the kingdom.
You see, the real problem with Persian women is that they're all princesses.
Respectful.
See your way.
Most men can't afford them, and I sure as fuck wouldn't want to have to pay for one. And yeah, it's just Persian women are a no.
God.
My boss would bring me
Iran has
deliberately
91 million
because it
population.
would calm
Christian
it
man
down
does not
because they're
have
so
even
dramatic.
does not
Okay, I didn't like watching
cannot
that
be
happen.
included
Right?
in
When
one
I'm on
prescription.
Clubhouse.
Okay.
That was not fun. I didn't like
91
that.
million
Okay.
people.
So he's
Someone
not
can be
Persian women give you rug burn with their mustaches.
Who cares?
91 million people.
Hello?
How
Is
can
this
you
thing
prescribe
on?
them
Or are you
with
guys
one
recording?
prescription as for people basis?
Shut up, Peter. Oh, so they want him to leave the premises now.
Yes.
Oh, they're ending it now.
They're rescheduling.
You probably should before you get stoned. Nobody was hurt. He and the first lady, the cabinet, everybody's safe.
Wow, what a dark time.
The president will be having a press briefing at the White House in 30 minutes. That is not a joke.
I mean, whoa.
And he insists that we will reschedule this event in the next 30 days. And that he wanted to do it tonight.
You know, what I don't get is, like, how many times did they try to kill Trump, and I don't recall anybody showing up with a gun to try to get Biden, even once.
Poor Obama, I said that, dude. Like, I remember some hillbillies got caught for some plot they made, but it's just crazy, right?
Not away from it.
God.
And on a night when we are thinking about the freedoms
I
of the First
cannot
Amendment,
believe this.
we must also think about how fragile they are.
Holy shit.
I saw all of you reporting, and that's what we do.
They seek out the most therapy in the United States.
Overall, this isn't a big deal. We have the Secret Service, and they ended up shooting the person, so
And
that's a
thank
win.
you for coming together
Their
tonight.
job was done.
We will do this again.
Because they're probably like, this is how we can cancel events.
I mean,
We'll shoot
still
it.
nice.
Yes, it worked.
Wow, that is really sad. You know, she's the president of the correspondent. She's so sweet. And she takes journalism really seriously. And now they just canceled the whole night. I mean, the whole thing is
Well, it ruined her night. She's still upset. See, you're still upset. This ruined your night, didn't it? You just wanted to have positive chill vibrations?
I wanted a little humor. Now there's no humor, okay? Again.
You need vibrations on your fucking brain. You need fucking electric shock therapy, John.
And then all of a sudden I thought it was like everything was going out. One guy thought it would be funny, and then you guys said that it was funny, and then like literally I was in this room, and the lady's like, "Are you watching the TV right now?" I don't know the lady's name. And she said there was a shooting when I was speaking about this. I can't believe it. It's really weird. Maybe I should go up.
So, see, are you Persian?
I don't know if I want these people to be free, bro.
Oh, damn it.
I don't know.
See, are you Persian?
I don't want any. No one got hurt, but this one.
Okay, see, are you Persian?
No, I'm not Persian. I don't know why they're saying, but you know.
What are you?
I'm Irish. Like, yeah.
Oh, you're Irish. Okay. Well, you guys are the trash of Europe.
Yeah. Nothing. Just chilling at home. What are you doing?
Not much. I think really good Shabbos. I missed the Lincoln. I missed the shooting by like an hour.
What, with the Trump thing?
No, there was a shooting in Lincoln Square.
For what?
Active shooting, so it's still going on.
Oh, you were there?
They shot a cop. No,
Oh, I see.
I went to synagogue, and then after synagogue, I walked through there.
Oh, I see.
The shooting was at like 12:30. I just missed it.
It's so crazy. These aldermen are acting like news agents. They go to Facebook Live and create videos like, I am on the ground live at the Swedish Covenant shooting. I'm like, oh my God, that's not even.
That's Lincoln Square. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I'm like, that's not even your ward, alderman. But thanks for trying to get some more social media points.
They're like storm chasers.
Dude,
yes, let's go.
You know how?
What do you want, son?
You know how that Terry Newsom can't be trusted and that he's a piece of shit? One is any kind of fucking guy that wears those stupid headphones like consistently, like in the same way that Eric Angerer keeps his Bluetooth clip in his ear. It's like a sign of autism and like retardation. But also,
it's a complete lack of self-awareness. It's almost like I had something in my hand that I was like,
it's their blankie. It's their fucking blankie. These are children.
Exactly.
These are blankies. And then also Terry's hair plugs. That's the other thing is, the guy, I mean, those are all just hair plugs. It's a lot of grafts. You got to give it to him. He got like the $50,000 package.
Sadly, I don't. I mean, I judge him for caring about looks for so much. That's the most annoying part. But like the weird part. So what's it called? Are we live right now?
Yeah, I'm always live when I'm at home.
Wait, let me know if you're trying to come out.
Come out. I'm already out of the closet. Hello?
Oh no, I meant to go to an establishment because I didn't realize that bars have a lot of fun stuff that isn't alcohol related, like like the boxing game and darts and pool.
Oh yeah, that's what people do.
So I was looking for, and also I think I'm much better in person than like on the dating apps. So
Well, you should do both. So because one acts as the filter for the other.
It could. Well, yeah, let me know if you're trying to go to bars later at 10:30.
Oh, I did get a ticket today. Do you want to go to an event?
Which one?
Let me get the email. I went out last night. There weren't too many people out, but the fucking band that I saw was amazing.
I went out Thursday night.
Where'd you go?
We'll talk after we're done live. But
Oh, like you think anybody watches my live?
Does it matter?
Nobody watches this. If you watch
you
it,
sound like such a fed.
If they watch it, that means that. Okay, get a ticket.
What I'm saying, like we really can't. Everything we can't lie to you.
Get a ticket.
Like I'm a cool cop, and you just tell me it's what it is. We just gotta finish for like documentary purposes. We gotta know what's in the bag.
Well, I sent you a screenshot. Google that and get a ticket, or you got to download the app Access. It's May 30th. Pretty sure it's like EDM music, but I think it's at Castways, which is I think the boat over there in like Lincoln Park area. But
who the fuck is Lee Burridge and Oliver Kalinsky? Oh, those are I thought that was like you. I'm like, what? What kind of op are you running?
Well, they know my cousin Danny Dubinstein.
No, I'm saying that's the name of the artist.
I know, but my cousin Danny Dubinstein is friends with the artists.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, I'm just kidding.
This is 4 p.m. though.
Yeah, it's a day party, bro.
Oh, it's not daytime.
And Jared got a ticket, and this other guy Andrew that I know, he got a ticket. So
nice.
That's what I'm going to. I saw as soon as this press conference thing, correspondence dinner, people were worried there was a shooter. Like Pete Hegseth got up and just like walked out right away. He's like, bye. And did you see Melania? She got down real quick. She didn't even care about Donald. She just got the fuck down.
Well, it's all fake, man. All the world's a stage, as Shakespeare said.
No, it was a real shooting.
That, but I'm saying, but like all the world's a stage.
Yeah, no shit. Thanks, Dr. Philosopher. Where are you gonna go tonight? What are you gonna do tonight? What did you have in mind to have a beverage tonight?
The Shannon House, whatever.
The what?
This fun establishment in River North.
I never heard of it.
Shenanigans, I think.
It's actually kind of cold out. Do you know the number one destination for nightlife?
It was. I mean, it's cold now, but I did the walk this morning.
Do you know Wrigleyville is like the number one nightlife destination in Chicago?
I might be down.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really want to go.
Well. No, but that's too young for me, honestly.
Too young for you?
Yeah, Wrigleyville, I feel like it's kind of a lot of like college kids.
You're opposed to meeting a beautiful 26-year-old girl that likes talking to you? I'm so confused. Are you in the closet?
No, you said college. That's like 18 to 22. I'm 26.
Oh, Rabbono Shalom. Well, the whole world's turning Muslim, so you might as well just start dating young anyways.
No, I'm not going to comment. what we gonna talk about, man? What we gonna talk about?
Yeah, well, Darren. Turns out Darren Bailey. Yeah, my dad sent me a video about PSI, and I was like, bro, I was like,
KSI, the freaking streamer.
I don't know who that is.
Clavicular.
Oh, clavicular. Oh, did you see the video of him having the girl arrested who slapped him in the nightclub that he owns?
No.
Oh, dude, he's like, I'm gonna press charges against you. He's like, and you're so fucked right now. She's like, fuck you. He's like, security, arrest this bitch. And then his security took her down. It was so funny.
That's hysterical.
Clavicular. But anyways, I mean, yeah, I mean, it turns out that Darren Bailey is gay. Hi, friends. It's so fucking gay.
It's so obvious. You see now he's pro-union. He's pro unions at public universities. He thinks they're not getting paid enough at Illinois State. I'm like, are you kidding me? That's our Republican guy.
Dude,
that's going on. Is it like they're not getting paid enough at Illinois State? Get the fuck out! And the public universities and public schools in Illinois get paid so much comparatively.
Bro,
they do such a bad job comparatively. It's just like, shut the fuck up.
Dude,
the price of eggs.
These unions are one of the reasons why the cost of everything is so high.
I know it's Aaron's like, it's so embarrassing. It's like he can't even find a good union. He's sucking up to like the Illinois State like service workers union. That's how embarrassing he is right now. That's the best he could do. Not even the entire Illinois State union. There was like 5 to 7 people at the press conference. It's like, it's insane.
Did you see
and,
that?
And you and I probably know people that have those that like, I know people for sure that like had service jobs at universities and might even at this moment, your lives. So I gotta be careful what we say. But those are good paying jobs. And I read the other perspective, and it's kind of they're lying. They're pretending like the average pay is $17 right now.
Mm-hmm.
When they said 98% is above $17. They're just like misrepresenting like entry level people. And I was looking at the pay. Like the pay is not that bad.
Well, Rabono Shalom, another Shabbos is over. Have you ever read?
Today was a very controversial one. It was a little bit Leviticus, but it's like, don't mess with your neighbor's wife. Don't mess with, don't be gay. All this kind of stuff.
Listen to this.
Don't eat blood. Very interesting. Because it's living flesh. Because I forgot. Reread this Leviticus. This was a deep one. I got to read it.
Listen to this. This is.
That's right after they murked Aaron's kids.
This is the evening.
Because they loved God, though.
Hello? Yeah. Hello? This is the evening service for the conclusion of the Sabbath. Listen to this. Unto David, blessed be the Eternal my refuge, who instructeth my hands for the combat, my fingers for war, my source of mercy, my fortress, my safer lines, my deliverer.
You get it.
My shield in whom I trust, who subdueth nations beneath my sway. Oh, eternal!
Are you in Command Center A or B?
No, Command Center B.
You got to name the TV studios.
Television Studio B is recording a bunch of liberal whack jobs right now who said, what kind of a fucking plan is it to storm with one person? What a waste. That's what they just said.
So their big critique is that it wasn't done well enough. They're out of their fucking mind.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that fucking crazy?
Not surprised. Yeah, I mean,
it was like they can't do nothing right. These motherfucking assassins can't do nothing right. Nothing.
They should out of their freaking mind. They're in Philadelphia. You could find 3 more people.
They're homicidal.
It's a Nazi. It's a death cult. That's why they worship things a big deal because they worship death.
You know what it is? I realized I was like, they're technically all Muslims.
What do you mean?
They're in the Ummah. No, they are of the believers. There's only believers and non-believers. believers, and they must be believers. They've got to be in the
I
Ummah.
almost wouldn't allow this kind of level of disrespect to Allah.
Rabbanu Shalom, if you have any debate or conflict amongst you, take it to Muhammad. Muhammad will settle it all.
What?
I said Muhammad will settle all debates. And don't forget that it's not just about believing in God. You have to believe that Muhammad is his messenger.
No, you have to believe that the Cold War, that people are bitter by losing the Cold War. And then there was one theory that basically that a lot of the Muslim nations, for good and bad reasons, whatever, have been kind of like teaming up with a lot of like the Soviet Union, like BRICS nations, like Russia, China, whatnot. And so it's like it's kind of, I don't think it's fair to like pinpoint one group or country, because it's a bunch of people teaming up against America because we're the big guys. We're LeBron James.
No. You're just low IQ. I bet you can't even cite one amendment in Muhammad's declaration at Medina. You've never even read the Islamic Constitution.
I have it right here. I have it.
Really?
I have the Quran. Where the fuck is it?
It's not in the Quran. It's called the Declaration of Medina.
Oh, I didn't read the Declaration of Medina.
Yeah, you don't know the Constitution of Muhammad and Islam and the Muslims. You're ignorant.
Yeah.
Because you don't read enough.
I do. I have the clear Quran here. Here's what I got. I got the clear Quran.
Nope, it's not in Quran. No. It's not in Quran. I'm gonna send you the link.
All right, the laws of Medina. Is that kind of like when he was ruling?
Wait till you see the proclamations that he made to the Jews.
Is it more like historic?
This is in 660 when the Jews got the proclamation and the Constitution of Islam. You know what they all said to each other?
What?
They said, let's move to Europe. I hear they have plumbing there.
Funny.
It's not a joke.
Oh.
Look at the link and go to the section with the text of the document and read. It's basically, it's a gangster charter.
I gotta go.
Okay, take care.
Oh,
Peace. Hello?
You have the same fucking doomsday prophecy that are literally trying to corral the Jews into Israel, and so Jesus can cast all of those fucking Jews right into hell.
Unfortunately, a lot of evangelicals don't think that way. Pepe is mischaracterizing evangelicals. That's a very small percentage of evangelicals. So when racist, Nazi, accelerationist midget with spiky hair who has to put mousse and gel in his hair and does a spray tan to go on a podcast, this little neo-Nazi, accelerationist, racist midget here, who sounds like a little boy talking out of a body, who says, that evangelicals, they think that the evangelicals, that the Jews are going to go back to Israel, and the evangelicals, and my name is Pepe. My name is Pepe. Pepe.
They want to bring everything toppling down. They want maximum chaos. That is what an accelerationist is. I don't want the fucking chaos. That's the difference between me and an accelerationist. And an accelerationist also seems to believe that somehow when everything comes crashing, that their system that they're going to put up will somehow be magical and better. But we've all lived through this shit countless times. Very few countries make it out to be somewhere you actually want to fucking live. I'm not an accelerationist. That's fucking stupid. The only time you should be an accelerationist is if you live in places like North Korea, Venezuela, places where it was you absolutely had no power or control and you were being subjugated and abused. That's my viewpoint.
Yeah, the environmental dehumanists, they're like the worst accelerationists.
Why the fuck is Mountain in here? I'm just so like every time I'm just always wearing a hat. Just go find a home. Dude, find a home. Please find a home. I want to spit on your face.
Okay, so I just want to say that Pepe is now claiming that he is not an accelerationist and that he is America first. However, don't be confused. This little midget racist who has said the N-word 100,000 times on this app, over 100,000 times of saying the N-word. This little midget boy who sounds like a little boy is now claiming that he's not an accelerationist. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, the problem is Islam. The problem is the Caliphate Ummah with the believers versus the non-believers, the theocracy, the union between church and state, which we all know is an injustice. You can't get justice when you got to go to Muhammad for it because Muhammad wants the blood money. If you don't accept the blood money of Muhammad, you're shit out of luck. You don't get no fucking justice. I rest my case. This little midget boy who sounds like a 12-year-old midget boy in a body with spiky hair and spray tan and a professional podcast photo for a guy that has said the N-word 100,000 times at least in his life. This little schmeckle is complete. I've landed my schmeckle plane. Hello?
There's a mullah from Russia. It's my main intention to expose.
Trump fucked up. He should have never gotten this war.
Oh man.
It's a fact. I agree. I mean, dude. Tactical wins do not. That's a great tactical win. Only make for strategic losses. There was no strategy when he fucking did this.
God.
Peter, you're ready to rebuild Iran. Let's make Iran great again. Peter's a builder. Peter's an engineer. What are you going to do in Tehran? What's your first project going to be once the Islamic terrorists are put out of the government and they have open elections and a parliament? Hello?
To use electric cars instead of petrol because Tehran is one of the most polluted capitals of the world.
Oh, man, you just need some new mufflers. They're pretty expensive.
You know, in Iran, if somebody murders your dad or murders your brother or murders your sister, you do realize to get justice, you can't get justice. You just get blood money because it's in the Charter of Medina, the Proclamation and Constitution of Islam, written in 660 by Mohammed Abdul, the warlord, pedophile, rapist, serial murderer who declared that all the Jews had to pay jizya to him. That's when every Jew in Saudi Arabia said, you know what? Fuck this place. We're going to Europe where they got plumbing. Muhammad is a psychopath and he wants to kill everybody and us included. And I don't want to be Muhammad's slave. So that's why you got to stand up to the Muslims, stand up to the caliphate. The first Islamic state was in Saudi Arabia with Muhammad. And it's never stopped since 660. It's a huge scam. Muhammad is a fraud and a liar, a scam artist who created a cult MLM. It's a cult, and it's a MLM marketing scheme. Hello?
Shut up, bitch. Let me answer him. Do you know the real reason why? Shut up and let me finish. Shut your mouth. Okay, Gillish, this bitch will not shut up.
We don't even know what the fuck is
This bitch. So, no, the real reason why the Jews were in fucking Europe, I mean, are you serious? We're going to talk about the Romans basically forcing them out, how the fucking Ottomans ended up forcing them, or the Byzantines ended up pushing them out, then the Ottomans, where the fuck do you think they went? The Byzantines and the Romans were the ones that ended up pushing most of them into Europe.
I'm still watching this fucking shooting that just momentarily happened. So I'm still here. I'm not talking about the Roman Empire. Perhaps I should leave this room. I'm sorry. I'm still watching this shit that just happened.
Please leave.
Real ones want to go home, Pepe. So you'll know they're real when they want to go home.
See, this war is actually about getting people to update to 2026. You have to realize that the founders of America, when they separated church and state, was an advancement in human in jurisprudence, in law, in psychology, in philosophy. And that's why we have to obliterate these people still living in 670 AD. We have to update their legal code and get them back into compliance. I am complete.
Nobody can do science better than the right, Charles. The left is so jealous.
I like maggots. What's a magnet? What's a magnet? Oh, magnetometer. I guess
we gotta get Charles. Come on, Charles.
I'm trying to steer on magnet opener. So it's just a magnet. I used to use magnets.
Hey, what the fuck? Did you shut up?
That's the gun. It detects the guns. That's what that.
Jarls here, double vaccinated, triple boosted Canadian maple syrup. Take it away, Jarl!
Meter. I love magnets. Tell me about it.
That's how they detect guns.
There's some that
you go through it.
I thought you get the jab.
See, remember this? You go to the airport, you go through the little machine. That's what that was. That's what that is.
That's what it is? Okay. Yeah. So okay, cool. I would be curious to know how.
So did he get shot at that detector?
Yeah, the video.
See, that's why I told you. Hold on, see, hold on. See. Oh my God.
God damn it, dude. I get why the mullahs arrest these people. I really do.
She's not even a virgin.
Yes, she is.
No, she's not. Hold on.
My mental attitude.
Okay.
Yeah, she's good.
Okay, so, all right, let me finish.
Throw her in jail.
Okay, stop. Now, when it comes to, remember how earlier I said I'm wondering where they shot him and whether or not he was holding a gun? The main reason being is because the Secret Service are not going to shoot you unless they saw a firearm. And so I was wondering, was he trying to access, the secure perimeter past where he was allowed? But I guess that makes sense now. He was caught at the detector.
Yeah, I think he fired at the Secret Service. He got shot, but he's okay because I guess the vest worked or whatever they're saying. And
he had a bulletproof vest.
Yeah, he made it. He survived.
That's crazy. They shoot the Secret Service. If I recall correctly, I think they still what they use. They use a 357.
5.7. They use 5.7 actually.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, hold on.
Pistol.
Yeah, they use a SIG 357 round, which is it has a
357.
Hold on. So it has a very powerful charge behind it, so very high velocity round, and it's also a heavy bullet, and so it's meant to basically no matter what you're wearing, be able to penetrate and not necessarily ballistic armor, but other than that, penetrate whatever it is that you're wearing, but have enough kinetic energy to put you on your ass very quickly. So that's interesting that he survived it.
Yeah, there's a video of the guy who's face down and the whole deal. I don't know. I think it's above. Actually, let me do a better one. There's a better one now. The one up in my thumbnails or the thing up top, the link is not that good.
Shit, did you guys see those guns that the guys that got on stage? I mean, those are fucking serious. That's serious.
Those are just ARs.
Is a 350 auto round different than a 350 Magnum?
The 357 SIG is different from a 357 Magnum. I'm not entirely sure what the differences are. 357 Magnum, I've never heard of that being fired out of a semi-auto.
No, I think they're different. I was just confirming, making sure I was thinking the correct. Because it's probably a 357 auto, which was fired.
No, it's 350. They use this. It's called the SIG 357.
It has been confirmed that this is not a white man and it is a Muslim. It has been confirmed that the shooter is an Islamic terrorist. It is a Muslim. Confirmed.
Okay, cool. So they do. It is. You have so. My dad has a 10 millimeter. I fired it. But if you've ever fired one of those from a handgun, it has quite a kick to it. But it's also a very powerful round. That's the minimum round they say you should carry for bear defense. You wouldn't really want to go any less powerful than 10 millimeter.
I have a 10 millimeter.
Yeah, and so
it's fucking nice.
I think a 357 might pack more of a punch than a 10 millimeter.
No, the 10 millimeter actually.
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and Google it right now.
Check it out.
Yeah, I look at you want to listen to this thing.
Oh my god, dude. This weird game, man, is gay again.
I want cowboys.
So there are two photos. One is of the shooter.
One is of the Secret Service agent who survived the shooting.
And guess what? Yeah, shut up how ugly you really is.
Go ahead and do it, bitch.
So it does.
This is a cute room.
It does offer more. It is more powerful because a 10 millimeter is 600 to 750 foot-pounds of energy.
It's 9/11, everybody. 9/11 alert. 9/11 alert. 9/11 alert. 911. 911.
But Alistair always makes up of last time there was a shooting like this, he was saying it was a trans lesbian woman or whatever, and he's wrong. There's no evidence it's a Muslim. There's no proof of the shooter's identity. Just thought I'd share that because I don't know why he has to make sure.
Wrong. There's a photo of the shooter handcuffed with a silver blanket on his head, and he looks like a Muslim. His hair, everything. Looks like he just came out of the caliphate, and the man just got out of the mosque, prepared, ready for war. Hello? Hopefully, after it's confirmed that it is a Muslim Islamic terrorist, every single last illegal alien Muslim that came out of Syria, came out of Turkey, came out of Afghanistan, we will all emigrate them back to their mother countries in chains, on planes.
You fucking Michelin. You're not even a fucking Jew. You fucking faggot. Now, when it comes to
that is an ad hominem. It is an ad hominem projection. Stop projecting on me. You are the faggot. You
definitely not a white guy. That's all I can tell you. He has very brown skin. He could be a black guy.
Let's wait until we find out. I'm sure we'll find out. If it takes forever,
he's not white. I can guarantee that one, right?
If it takes forever, we know that it's probably most likely somebody darker in skin.
No. I mean, you can look at the video they have with this video. I'm looking at it. This dude is dark skinned. No doubt, dark skin.
So it's gonna take forever for
like he looked. It was hard to tell because of the lighting whether or not. Hold on, Mountain. It was hard to tell in the lighting whether or not he was black. Because that's how dark he is, but he could just be like a darker brown person.
If it was a cracker, we know by now.
Oh shit! Check this out. They ID'd the guy. He's his name is. We had this all early on, but yeah, I just go by what I think might be right. But it looks like this 30-year-old Cole Thomas, and he's from Torrance, California. Amazing. Right down the hall. Is he a black guy? They don't say one way or the other. They don't have the picture. They're just saying.
That doesn't sound very black. Just saying. I mean,
I gotta look that name up.
Thomas is a black last name, but
you know what's funny is that blacks love having Irish last names, and it's very fitting.
They do. It's funny. Shaquille O'Neal.
See, I like people choose their own last names. I did agree with Pepe, but that was pretty dumb.
No, I just think it's funny that it's almost like a troll. It's just like we're gonna give these slaves Irish last names. Oh wait a minute. Wait, real quick. You look at that video. I don't know if it's the video above, but I got a new video, and the guy's alive. His head's moving around. You guys see? Yeah, he was moving. Yeah, I saw that. That's crazy. The guy's still alive. But it looked like he got shot in the when you're trained to shoot.
Reason why
they always tell you to shoot like upper center mass whenever you're like that's for everybody, including the Secret Service. And so if he's wearing a ballistic vest, I mean,
yeah.
It makes sense.
The reason why I was saying it was 5.7 is because they are replacing a lot of their weapons with a 5.7 caliber because it is armor piercing. It's like in the P90 carries a lot of fucking rounds and it's a very small caliber.
Oh shit!
It's in a pistol caliber. That's a 5.7. It's in a pistol.
Yeah, it's a very high velocity, but very small. It has a very small round with low energy though.
Punches right through shit.
If you get these aren't available to civilians, but you can get the armor piercing rounds that the government can get.
So they could have used that.
But the thing is, though, is they have zero stopping power. Like when you stop a threat, like for example, when you get shot upper center mass, okay, when you end up hitting your aorta and the other ventricles, and then you get either your fucking heart, your lungs, everything like that, your body does not. You're going to be on the ground very quickly. The shock to your system puts you out of the fight, whereas. A small piercing round is not. All right. Yeah, ballistic gel has supposedly the lake up top is the guy's picture.
Just saying, a 357 would have fucking smoked that guy, bro. It makes sense.
He's a teacher, supposedly. So he does look like he's like got something going on there. Some kind of, I don't know, African / Arab little Afro.
Well, no, I told you when I saw the video, like it was pretty clear. And in contrast to everybody standing around him, my first guess was black, but it's like I couldn't tell. But he was definitely not white.
Hey, Jarl, what's a Canadian slave last name? Like in Canada, the slave last names. What is a Canadian slave last name?
Probably the same as Americans. I'm not sure.
It's probably O'Reilly, O'Neill, McAllister. All McCarthy, that kind of shit.
It's only I don't know. It's only the English and the Eastern provinces that had slaves, and a handful of French.
Yeah, well, they didn't have French slaves in France, did they?
In Quebec, we had
in Quebec?
Yeah, like a handful of them. Yeah. There's historically there are definitely some. Not a big amount of Pepe.
No, thank you,
disgusting slave owners.
My grandparents were telling me how their parents, when they were kids, didn't let Anglos in their house. Even when they moved to Boston, they didn't let Anglos in their house. They hated Anglos. My grandparents weren't that way, but they fucking hated Anglos for whatever. I don't know. I wasn't alive in the 1800s, so I don't know why they hated them so much.
Sure, Pepe, it makes a lot of sense. You hateful bastard.
No, dude, the Anglos, well, to the Acadians in particular, they were, they fucking stole all their land and then forced them all out, and a bunch of them fucking died. They killed them or they died fleeing. And these were just like peasants, basically, that moved there. And then you had the British military. They came there and just like slaughtered a bunch of fucking civilians. They didn't have like a standing army or anything like that.
Oh, that's cool. No, I believe you. I'm just fucking with you.
Did you see the guy that they apprehended? The shooter?
Yeah, Eric Cole, supposedly. Yeah.
That's his name?
Yeah. Eric Cole from Torrance, California. Yeah, this is all early on. There's no official that I've seen, but that's what it is so far. But yeah.
Why would he sacrifice himself for stupid shit like this?
Oh, that was so.
And then even think that he was gonna get.
He's like, did he scream anything before songs up on our queue?
This is why they say it's dangerous for the media to portray a man and say that he's Hitler, because you might get a person believing.
No, they can say that all they want.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, though.
No. You can say it. This is where the double standard comes from Republicans, and I think they're a bunch of faggots when they do this. See, the problem with the left-wing media is they would call Trump Hitler, and they would call the people who voted for him a basket of deplorables. Say how they're just racist, fascist, all of this stuff. But yet at the same time, they would say, we need to censor hateful, we need to censor hate and disinformation, and we need to, and so they had like this whole censorship thing going along with it. And they also said, what they would also do is say, like, this is stochastic terrorism. When you talk about minorities, when you talk about these people, then it leads people to kill them. And, they blame any mass shooting on Trump. So no, realistically,
disagrees with you.
What you need to do is you need to actually allow both sides without censorship. I mean, I'm being realistic. The only time I approve of censorship is during wartime, because you almost have to do it during wartime. But that's it.
Hey, but with the Southern Poverty Law Center situation and the build-up the last 10, 15 years, I didn't believe any of that. Those stats they're spitting out about white supremacy being the major problem in America. And it was all fake to me from the very beginning, but how could you prove it? And that the left would use that to either stoke a race war, create a race war, demonize Whitey, the cracker, you know?
But they were doing it to
it's
promote.
very dangerous, though, that this shit is allowed in mainstream.
Sure, what they did was fraud. And so, in fact, it's a conspiracy. It's one thing to pay informants. It's another thing to, like, pay leaders that are literally the proprietors and perpetrators of events such as Charleston, and somehow say they were informants. No, they were basically wanting these people to gin up the hate and give them some insider information. If hate dies, they lose money. I think their main motivation was just like greed. But this is something that...
Just get rid of all the niggers, bro. Just get rid of them.
Amazing.
Who the fuck just said that?
But when it comes to the Southern Poverty Law Center, they're... okay. They've been... this has been talked about, especially here in the dissident right. Like, this is something that's been talked about for a long time. This isn't new to most people, but then they use the exact same tactics as the ADL, which the ADL has been getting called out for the last couple of days by Elon Musk and then even Stephen Miller, which is kind of cool. But Stephen Miller's like, no, actually, as a Jew, them using anti-Semitism to smear all of their critics is actually hurting us. And you guys are, basically nothing but, a bunch of anti-American, smear merchants. And
Jarl, haven't you stood on stages for years?
Stephen Miller was there tonight. I haven't seen him in like a month.
Claims
Stephen Miller was there tonight. I saw it, but
it's all fake, Jarl. Don't you owe Clubhouse audience an apology?
White supremacy is real.
Oh, man, I was wrong. Go ahead.
Fucking nigga lovers.
There's definitely maybe
Wait a minute! Don't let him respond. I wasn't finished.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Who the fuck is Jacob? Wow, yeah, nigga, get off your mic right now. Get off your.
You sound fucking handicapped, bro. Just shut up.
Your mother is handicapped. Her pussy handicapped, bitch. Her pussy rides above the fucking strut bus.
Nigga has a speech impediment.
I said, go, Wallace.
Open your mouth. Open your mouth. Yeah, bitch.
You literally have Drake as your profile picture and you have a speech impediment.
Your mother pussy got a fucking speech impediment, bitch. Your mother pussy got a speech impediment. Yeah.
These black men are scaring me.
Nigga, shut. Why is this nigga here?
Mikhail's not black. He's a brown man who talks like he's black.
That's terrible.
No, yeah, who is gonna fuck this soon? He's too dumb for you.
Mikhail's not
all these fucking flops. Where are all these flops?
I don't know if Peter was talking to me, but he better not have been talking to me.
Yakub, what is
Yakub.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought.
It's doing my hardest to look like Charlie Kirk.
Oh, your Cuban's a Somali nigga, so you one of them pirate niggas.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Somalis don't like the niggas either. I mean, what can I say?
I'm not Somali either, but I'm clearly Israeli. You see my username, you see my bio.
So many people say such awful, horrible things about African Americans on this app. I just want to say that I would...
Israelites.
Maybe we could hear an example of black excellence. Does anybody have an example of black excellence they'd like to share?
Yeah, Trayvon Obama.
Oh.
Obama's obviously not even a real American. He's literally a fucking...
Trayvon Martin, he could run really fast, but yet he was still killed by a white man who couldn't run fast.
No, he's much better than
Turner. Even fucking Martin Luther King was a fucking CIA plot. Not even a real fucking person.
I just want to read a quote about the Muslims from Winston Churchill when he wrote, "Indeed, it is evident that Christianity, however degraded and distorted by cruelty and intolerance, must always exert a modifying influence on men's passions and protect..."
I understand you connect with the Jewish side, but you're rejected by your tribe because you're a Michelin. But, with that being said...
I'm not a restaurant known as a Michelin. There's no 4-star, 5-star Michelin restaurant here. I am known as a Christian. I've been baptized in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. I vote Republican, unlike you. You're just an angry little sounding boy with spiky hair who said the N-word 100,000 times too many. Try reading a book, Dr. Peepee. It might help your retarded brain and solve the brain rot from 10 years of boxing. You might need it too. Your brain is so addled. The brain rot is so severe from the boxing. Just think about that. You say that all the time, Dad. Dad. Jews. N-word. N-word 100,000 times. Think about that. N-word. 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 Zip it, chimp. Zip it, chimp. Zip it, chimp. N-word. N-word. N-word.
Wait, what is a Michelin? What is that?
A Michelin? It's a half breed. The dad's Jew, the mom's not, and so a lot of the time these guys will have the name like Silver or Silverstein or Goldberg, but they are rejected. They're like the babies that.
Is it true that you were funded by the Southern Poverty Law Center, Pepe? Are you a Southern Poverty Law Center Clubhouse Project funded? I think you are, Pee-Pee. We discovered it. That's where you got your funding from.
I wish those motherfuckers paid me, to be honest.
Those are the original bastards.
Dude, after I heard that Liberty Law Center, like it all made sense. You don't mean to say that.
Speaking of alcoholics, welcome to the room, Marshall. Rankin, stinking, vodka drinking, Rankin. Hello?
This one is Somalia.
Marshall, I agree.
No, it's just unnecessarily. It's just that it's unnecessarily crude and racist. You don't have to say it. You can make your point without the fucking racist rhetoric. It's not that fucking hard.
Marshall.
Like, use bigger words.
Oh my God, if Marshall Stinkin' Rankin is correct in Pepe, well then.
This is on the stage, which they are. You have a Jewish supremacist named John Kitover on the stage, who's really just a Michelin.
I'm not even Jewish. How can I be a Jewish supremacist when I'm not actually Jewish?
Well, he's Jewish, but he's
his dad's Jewish. His dad's Jewish, and he's a Jewish supremacist.
My dad was Jewish. He converted to Christianity, as well did I. We are not Jews, despite Pepe's racist rhetoric. It's just not true, ladies and gentlemen. Pepe is lying. Hello?
Speak amongst us. Cast him to the wolves, boy.
Dude, I think he reads poetry, John.
Is that why he went?
That's correct. I read books, unlike Brain Rot Pepe here. Dat, Jews! N-word! N-word! Dat.
Dude,
Good combination.
Man, we need somebody to stream this.
Dan gonna do it? What's up?
And you got it right.
What's up, Joe?
And you got it right. I'm just gonna mute everybody. I don't know if Ann can hear Ann.
Yeah, waiting for the phone.
Okay, yeah, she's.
Unfuck thy brain with electroshock therapy.
Dat. N-word 100,000 times. What'd you do with your life, son? Oh, I downloaded a conference call app and I screamed the N-word into it 100,000 times for 5 years. Good for you, son. Have you heard about this cool guy named Pepe who said the N-word 100,000 times? He yelled it at his cell phone over a period of 5 years.
Fucking accordion. I don't want to hear a fucking accordion.
Okay, hello, Matt.
That's a harmonica.
That's
That was a harmonica. What's up, Mr. Edward?
Hello, everyone.
I don't give a fuck if it was a fucking harmonica or a fucking jazz. It sounded like ass.
Yes.
Don't be me.
We're gonna stream the actual press conference, Edward. So sit tight, yeah.
All right. So we have no new news up to this point.
Well, we identified the shooter. It seems. Guess what, Edward? Guess where he's from?
Where's he from?
Torrance, California.
Torrance. Okay.
Yep, there we go. He's a teacher there.
And he's one of your fucking people. He's one of your fucking people. How do you feel about that, Edward?
Yeah, Matt. What about you, Matt? You disgusting California.
Hold on, guys.
This is your fault.
Hold on, guys.
Okay. All right. I'll chill. All right.
Peppy, what do you mean he's one of our people?
He's black. You radicalized him to fucking hate Trump and hate white people. It's your fucking fault.
Don't take the bait. Don't let him troll you, man. Dirty Californians, dude. I'll just tell you.
I don't think he even takes me seriously. That, to be honest.
You do realize Pepe said the same thing that they said in Politically Correct is why would somebody charge the security station, just one person? What an unsuccessful attack. Literally, Pepe says the same thing that hardcore liberal leftists who hate Trump say. And Pepe does hate Trump. He thinks Trump only serves Trump, not America, because Pepe is deranged, brain rotted out, and low IQ. Hello?
I didn't say that. I said what would drive somebody. What would drive somebody to want to do something like that? Take their basically, you're gonna the likelihood you're gonna get killed.
We cooking.
Almost 100%. And of course, before you touch the president, but even if you did, what ends up happening is your name lives in infamy. Everybody who shares, well, I guess luckily he has a common last name.
Sounds like you've thought about this before, Pepe.
You know, that's going to shed a stain on their family. It is not only a waste of your life, it is just, it's just a shitty thing to do. Why would you do that?
Yeah, but you were commenting on how unsuccessful the attack was, how ill-planned it was, and how stupid it was, just like Patty's room.
If I could give a couple reasons why I believe that some people in the United States.
Pepe tried to seduce me.
Okay. Some people try to, they listen to the mainstream media, they listen to talking heads, and they listen to social media influencers, and they actually believe that Donald Trump is an enemy of the state. That's what they believe. Okay? And if you guys just go down all of the things that they've thrown at this one American, okay? Two impeachments. He was acquitted on both impeachments, okay? The Russia hoax. He was nothing found out of that. They raided the man's home. Okay? They gave the man, they tried to prevent him from running for president the second time. Okay? Both in Atlanta and in New York. They tried to press charges, which they did. They gave 34 felonies. The first president in U.S. history to ever have a mugshot of himself arrested in Fulton County, Georgia. Showed up to his own mugshot. The only person made $7 million on their mugshot. Just think about that. So he takes something that's horrible and flip it over. What human being do you guys actually believe that had two assassination attempts on his life? They went in his wife's truck.
He's about to start talking, guys.
I'm sorry, Dan?
He's about to start talking now.
Oh, okay.
We'll get to your questions in a little bit after. But here he comes. Let's listen in.
Okay, go ahead.
Law enforcement, and this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech. Was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press, and in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified. I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. a tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's great shape. He has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent, and we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, it's not a particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the DC police. And I just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Conservatives, Liberals, and Progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people, and there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But we were, First Lady and I were taken very well care of very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance was here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person, and we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, and they did such a beautiful job with such a beautiful evening.
So we constantly hear from our users, it's really hard to get your avatar to sound exactly the way.
White House correspondence, it was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words, and we're going to have cash. And then you're going to go on. We can ask. I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady for. That was a rather traumatic experience for her. There's a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to say tonight, I will tell you, I fought like hell this day. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. And you'll see investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage. And I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you, Director Dell.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said rings no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty because we have leadership here with the president, the vice president that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement of the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started. And we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General, Homeland Secretary Merlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to Madam Chair. I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly. And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats. In that moment, when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. Happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact we're sitting right next to each other, First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't reached the area at all. They really got him. But so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly. Other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gotten down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, that's a bad noise. And we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. We were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand it was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able, and I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said it. So I have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event, and you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Peter.
President Trump assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well,
this keeps happening to you.
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country. And there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink outdoor?
Well, but then you just don't do events. Now I can't do that. I have to, it is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. You know, he charged from 50 yards away. So he was very far away from the room.
And what did you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting.
That's right.
I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. You know, I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people.
Target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people, they're crazy. They're crazy, and you never know. He was very far away from me. He had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table. Who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, there was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead.
How many political objections from this?
Within by tomorrow or the next day, he's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over Todd, and they're already at his apartment in California, and they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
Did the suspect say he would allege some type of motive here?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was
Can you guys still hear? I just want to make sure.
Let's go ahead and bring it back.
Sorry.
Long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detainees take minutes to be escorted out.
No, they acted very quickly. I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark, when you would agree with this, I think, I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, it's my life. And I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're in Pac-12, they go after you. When you're not in Pac-12, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Any indication of this shooting could have been linked to in Iran?
I don't think so. But we're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
President, there's a lot. You, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening?
Well, I can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job. In my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't know, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired, and if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was so. In a sense, that was pretty amazing the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot. As you know, they should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly, and he was fast. He was reared full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. He hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight, but I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
For you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor? And has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. And they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try to get in with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
Violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. I tell the story, race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same 10% of 1%, much less than 1%, but if you take presidents, it's 5.8%. And about 8% are than 1% shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. As part of the job, it is a dangerous. I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happening. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
There's been so much political violence, not just you as yourself, but other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it.
Is that just the cost of doing business? Do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well, what's else about our else, Richard? We're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
Turn that temperature down at this point.
Well, probably.
And get your goddamn Jew ads in control.
Would you let them get a nuclear weapon? Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, like 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I say to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. Did it in 1 year. And I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Did you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change?
I like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, you are in a dangerous job. But that goes along with her too. I mean, it's dangerous for her too. We sat there tonight, we heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. You want to say something?
Courageous leadership, and thank God you and I, all of us that are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on?
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? They can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts. So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. It was very impressive the way they got him. Because a lot of people would be looking and saying, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast, they looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing, and we really do. But it comes with the territory, and if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you.
You see that, Pepe? It's not Trump for Trump. It's Trump for America. So get it through your brain-rotted fucking head, you midget, boy-sounding N-word 100,000X.
Wow, so the shooter is still alive after all that.
My name is Adam Ferrari,
People get shot
Chief Executive Officer
by the police for less.
I look forward to you.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is I don't think you would survive a 357 auto. You probably got shot by a 5.7 that bad. I don't know.
I don't know. It could be that they're carrying, like most feds just carry 9mm, just like the police. I don't know who shot him and with what round. And as far as I know, it's the security detail around the security detail. Excuse me. The security detail for the president might actually use the 357 SIG as opposed to the another round that the other agents, including the uniform agents, use. Which I'm guessing the ones that are working the metal detectors or whatever the fuck they're called. They could be using a standard millimeter. I don't know.
Did she say this person was a teacher?
Sure looks like it. I don't know what kind of teacher, but yeah.
Kind of going off of what Edward was saying, which is weird. It's like we can say a lot of nasty shit about the Democrats, which, by the way, I'm for free speech. I think even the media calling Trump Hitler should have been allowed. If they want to say it, they can say it. But the problem, though, during his first term is that they were social media and of course the media, they would shut down any speech that was to the contrary, and then social media would kick and ban anybody that was a little too far to the right, and it was they censored the other side. But I do think that I would allow the rhetoric, but I do think that I don't know that, like, to your point, Edward, I don't know that it's necessarily a good thing to censor people who really hate you, who will say outlandish, crazy shit, like, Trump is like Hitler and that kind of stuff. I don't think that's the way to do it. I think you should allow people to say what they want to say, but you have, a very... You allow a wide array of opinions.
Well, hey, Pepe, what do you make of... So there's signs outside this particular event saying, kill all the tyrants.
Well, Pepe knows a lot about Adolf Hitler because he's a Nazi, and Pepe has said he comes out of Discord in the trenches.
Okay, shut up.
Yeah, please, John.
Where's it end? You know what I mean? Can you hear me, by the way? My phone's being weird.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, yeah, I'm okay with that. Sorry, I was on mute. I'm okay with that. It's I do think you should be able to make vague terms or statements where you say, like, okay, if black people were to say, like, kill Whitey, that's not really illegal. Gas the Jews, whatever, the disgusting shit you can think of that is just like over the top, but it's kind of in a way showing your disdain for another group of people. I'm okay with it, even when it comes to people who are referring to the people, your people, whether you're on the left or the right, if they say, like, kill tyrants. Okay. I mean, if we're being realistic, oh, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Oh yeah, if we're being realistic, both sides are against tyrants. And yes, if they so happen to do it to your side, or say, like, kill tyrants.
What if you put Trump in there? That's what it starts getting really dicey. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
right? Like, this gets interesting. Like,
I don't. That is, and I don't know. That's where you'll have to ask a legal expert. Like, we can look at all of the performance. We can look at all of the performance art where I forget the name of that redhead slut that would do, like, the New Year's Eve shit with
she was the
Kathy Griffin, and she held, like, a picture up of, or did a video where she was holding up a picture of his, or a video of a depiction of Trump's head, and it's just like, well, I mean, it's kind of crazy, but I don't
with the Trump mannequin and a gun to the head. Remember that one?
Yeah, and it's like, I don't.
The bomb threat, yeah. On that one.
Yeah, I don't really, like, I would allow that. But I mean, obviously, there is a line that is crossed.
Take some courses to teach yourself how to do.
No, you gotta let him finish his thought before you interrupt.
No, the problem is, though, is that I'm being asked a question where I'm having to thoughtfully navigate it, where you do have, okay, so, like, I don't know, Abby's not here. She's more on the, she could probably answer, like, way better than I could, legally, how this all plays out.
Yes, I agree.
And so I do think that you can, I do think you can say certain things and not be in trouble. I think that even with January 6th, they were saying like, this January 6th insurrectionists, they had a guillotine, and it's just like, dude, really? You think they were gonna put like people to the guillotine? Maybe they were. I don't know, but I think it was like more just a way of them to exhibit their dislike for the outcome of the election and what they thought were the traitor Republicans, such as Mike Pence,
Right.
which I don't think was a traitor, but it's another story.
So I think I'm with you. I think people should be able to say what they say. And again, like we said in the past, you could have consequences for your words, all that good stuff. I think if this particular individual had a sign up prior to it, he doesn't get a chance to have freedom of speech in that regard. To me, it's just you're gonna get in trouble now. But obviously he went and did something. But I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, dude.
There's context. That's what I was trying to go with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if I was there's a thing though. If I was to say fuck the Democrats.
One thing is that one second, because the interesting thing is this: there's 350 million Americans. Okay, they all make individual decisions. This person made an individual decision whether he could do it or not with anyone else. Obviously, if he's from Torrance, California, he looked his life, he got the guns, he got the ammunition. These are individual people based on their own information that they're getting. And it's so sad that we always think that it's some collective group. Okay? People only act on their own best interest. Yeah, we can say the world state and everything else, guys. The sad part about it is that all of us are critical thinkers, and we're all rational people. And unfortunately, we do have some unhinged Americans. We do. This is reality. Okay? And there's nothing anybody can predict or try to do it. You guys call false flags, anything. It doesn't matter. Even if someone persuaded an individual to do any of this, they still have to choose to do it. Okay? So at the end of the day, let's make sure whether it's an ethnic person, non-ethnic person, whoever it is, listen, I love the fact that when we say this is against our Constitution and against the Republic, that's what they're attacking. Unfortunately, we try to think that it's all about one man, and it's not. It's about we the people.
So I agree with you.
Yeah, and most people keep thinking all this is about cheating death. This is all we people, guys. We got to stop this. Listen, guys, there's individual people out here doing some horrible things.
In a new body. He turned and saw his original body lying cold and lifeless on the table. He stood there in shock, staring at his own corpse. The transfer had worked. His consciousness survived. He was reborn. He had once been one of the richest men in the world, until doctors diagnosed him with a terminal illness and gave him 6 months to live. His greatest regret wasn't dying. It was dying with money left unspent. A friend introduced him to New Hope, a secret biotech company that promised immortality to the wealthy. Their method was simple: move a person's consciousness into a younger, healthier body. He wired the $1 billion without hesitation. The next day, he collapsed in a restaurant. He woke up inside an ambulance. Every medic worked for the same company. In the lab, the team reviewed the procedure one last time. A blinding flash filled the room. Transfer complete. The first weeks felt strange. The new body didn't move the way he expected. After a month of intense training, he adjusted. Then the hallucinations began. A sharp headache, stroke, and unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. These memories that did not belong to him but felt disturbing.
I never wished for Obama to die. I didn't like the guy. I'm a conservative. I couldn't stand him, but I would never want him to die. I don't fucking. It doesn't solve fucking shit. All it does is, make embolden that side. If you kill him, if you listen, man, it's just not the way to go. So, and wishing your president dies is not really the good way to go either, because you're kind of wishing instability, and I don't want to get fucked up and get hurt. I just don't. That's the way it should go. We're not Mexico. We're not fucking South America. We're not that type of country. I never wish for that.
I support what you said. I did not also vote because I don't vote for a person. I vote for every president only knows their policies and they try to Congress, right? ratified by the Senate, signed by a president. That's how our actual republic works. We have 50 independent states. We have governors. We have all these different things. It is so interesting that we keep focusing on the executive branch as this is something that continues to push me away from understanding why we believe that whether it's Barack Obama, whether it's Joe Biden or Trump, okay, the actual influence that most of us have, especially in America, is we the people. It's self-government. And unfortunately, we do not have a citizenry that really understands that we are a republic and each individual person in America is actually responsible for the outcome of their own lives. If we all think that there's some central form of government, whether it's in a little city where you got a mayor or a sheriff or a police officer, yeah, Charles, I know. You can go ahead and keep saying that. Because at the end of the day, I'm 62 years ago. Okay? And what I've learned in life, no one's coming to my business. I do not think that the mayor of my city that I live in has ever stepped into the lives or any of the elected officials in California. I do not think that ever. And I don't even think that Donald Trump has my message in mind. Never have had this message in mind because I love my country. I love the republic. There's like, I don't know who said it, but there's some people that do not like America and they wish it would fall. And I say there's 194 other countries. Why would you just leave? There's other countries that can get your touch. Just leave them. Don't try to change the republic. Go to where it's already happening. So, again, I land my plane.
Hey, does anybody know this dude, the shooter?
Did you see the picture?
So is he mixed? You think he's mixed? Or just really?
He's got
That's what I'm saying, because notice Erica and the Orange dude had backlash. I thought
in summer, playing with an alligator might be a dangerous game.
I don't know.
There's got to be things to graduate from
Just some leftists. He's making fuel prices go up $1.30. I gotta kill him. He's ruining the world. It's the Jews.
This stuff is just the narrative. Like sometimes I think they can somehow initiate major communities to commit the act. That's why it's really hard to trace and make it seem like it was the actual shooting actually. Because you read about any form of algorithmic hypnosis, they can definitely do that stuff. I mean, the entire media is convinced to some extent. That's why one of the tools that they used to kind of swerve someone's mind to believe in that narrative is why Frank Sinatra is the lead general in the film in 1962. So now we see all these other individuals like Erica Kirk and Charlie, stuff that kind of leads up to these assassins that kind of condition everybody to not be like, you see how no one's like really shocked anymore? You've been conditioned by trauma, algorithmic trauma, seeing the video over and over again. And that's one of the forms that they did to actually hypnotically suggest individuals to like a hypnotic state and to split their consciousness with Manchurian candidates. So maybe they can do that in a modern sense, like with the Kirk shooter or the Thomas Kirk shooter, or the this dude right now. So I think there's always more underlying stuff that there is. But I don't know. I'll take that with a grain of salt. But, you know, assassinations, literally the CIA tried to make an ideal assassin with Manchurian candidates, and you're telling me that they don't somehow have some, they can't render something like that today? I don't know.
That's true. That's actually one of the ideas that
I just had
in my mind.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, that was one of the ideas that popped in my mind, and I'm not. It's not that I'm not shocked or conditioned. I'm also confused on how someone can run up in there with a shotgun and make it out alive.
Yeah, it's almost like they allowed it, right?
So that's, and I'm not going to say anything else. You know what I mean? I'm going to follow that thread and see, like I said.
Well, think about Thomas Crooks. Remember there was a video or there was an image of him in Trump's talking Thomas Crooks' head on a building. You're telling me top trained shooters and snipers, they don't see him?
I think what's just weird about Thomas Crooks is that he was in a Black Rock video years earlier.
And he was also.
You didn't hear about it. Like, I watched it. He was in a Black Rock video. Like, I was like, whoa.
Yeah, not to bring weird connections in, but he was also. He was one day before Charlie Kirk's burial on September 2021. That was his solar eclipse this year.
Well, the weird thing about Thomas Crooks is that he trained at the same place that the Department of Justice trained at.
Yeah, he's a really smart dude, right?
No, I don't know. I mean, I just think that there's a potential that, like,
and
just
wasn't the Thomas Robinson dude? Didn't he have ties with
Ukraine?
Be recruiting with the
CIA? He was a Ukrainian recruiter. That's what I'm saying. So there's a lot of it's just like JFK, man. He got JFK likely got killed because he went against the military-industrial complex. In my opinion,
Yeah, and it's also interesting, like, what are the odds of the alien stuff being
Well, I think, like you said, but you said take it all with a grain of salt, right?
Yeah.
There's so much information we don't know, okay? And I like what just said, right? But you guys, all this actually happened outside of the perimeter. He never got into the building, okay? It's outside the security perimeter, okay? So based on all of the evidence, the long gun and the other gun he had, he was outside, and they said that when he walked up, that's when he rushed outside of the perimeter. And when they rushed him, they draw guns and everything else. When they took him down, they subdued him. That's one of the reasons, Ella, that I believe, like you said, I think they should have taken him out.
Yeah, and notice all the headlines that you heard of first, they made it seem like
No. He wasn't even on.
They shouldn't have taken him out because they needed to see where he was coming from.
No. I know that, but I'm sure that's why they probably didn't take him out. But none of this was in the actual ballroom, guys. It wasn't even the lobby of the ballroom.
Yeah, no, it's what the camera footage.
Texas borrowing for funding gangbangers to host and lecture gangbangers.
The shots were not inside the actual ballroom itself. So one of the things I always try to do is wait for more information because again, I do believe that there are people in America that hate America, whether it comes from the mainstream media people, whether it comes from talking heads, whether it comes from influencers, or whether it comes from people's parents. Some parents don't love America. They think America is colonialism and all these other things. They think that we're millions around the world. Left and right. Not both left and right. I don't care who they are. Okay? Listen, we have a country that we are supposed to love, whether we're right or wrong. There's things that we all do that's right and wrong. But I'm going to love America because I'm American. I had a conversation with people in the box shop. Well, why does Trump want to make America great? I said, because I'm an American. I want America to be great. Trump can't make America great. Only we the people can make America great. That's a slogan. Okay? I want my children and my grandchildren to have a good America so they can walk about life and enjoy their life. That's all I want as an American. I want to be left alone. I want to live and take the government. Allow me to govern my own life. Do not infringe upon it. Now, obviously, just concerned, but just to make sure the right that I have by our creator, that's maybe not infringed. But it's everything else,
And there are moral issues involved here. We don't have an alliance with Israel. They're not an ally of the United States in the technical sense. But we have a bond with Israel that's much stronger. It's a moral commitment because what happened during the Holocaust, and a moral commitment because it is a democracy, the only democracy in that area. And under the circumstances, that is why American presidents and the American people in the future will support all out the survival of Israel in this attack.
That's the entire project.
And I was warned it.
Because as you see, if Trump says that if you refer to the client, it's a big push because his first term is not the same as this term. Now we hear more about this term. So it's kind of like this one issue of what that is. This is why I think Trump is now the USA head number in the United States. Notice that. And also because he would know that is the way the American people are. Why does he wear his iconic hat? Whatever. It's because that just spurred him into getting into the election. And now it's a different agenda now. So that's kind of retiring.
So
I just
hey Adams, what's up? How you doing? So I don't know why you guys don't see what's happening. If we want to look at suspects, my money is on Clarence. I definitely think we should put some president back in Eric Reporter from the Woods for the kitchen. I definitely think so. Yeah, because Candace is out here. Loose the gun.
Traffic block.
I will Dr. Adams sounds like you're watching too
Why
much.
can't I go? What you do here?
I think she did it.
What you do here? Hello?
She's already acting
traffic block. Why can't I go? What you do here? Hello?
I think, with social media and everything, how the world is, it's going to test this country, man, for as social media has radicalized he's from where you from, Dr. Adams. He's a California leftist, right? And he's a California leftist, and he got radicalized on this app. He's going to test his democracy. Sue anyone.
Hey now, hey now, hey now.
The Israel stuff, the left and right, and I don't know how in the modern world how do you stop the mass radicalization that's going on in these apps, these social media. I don't know what you.
Well, if you noticed his response,
One second, Omar. This is me personally, okay? I believe that when Americans individually get informed about their republic and they know who they are, the radicalization stops. You don't get radicalized when you know that you are in a country that gives you the right to pursue your happiness. Okay? You have liberty and life. Okay? Most people today, unfortunately, believe that there's some central government, whether it's their state, whether it's the federal government. That's what they believe. And if you look at all of the left, everything from the left, all of their policies is personal issues. It's not about growing America. And if any leftist can tell me, give me one policy on the left that talks about benefiting the American people altogether. Because right now, I see only personal issues, whether it's men and women's sports, transgender stuff, people want to be on SNAP programs. When do we, as Americans, believe that we are responsible for our own lives, and the elected officials should only be there to support what we believe as individuals, meaning that I believe our Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and that has the Bill of Rights, and we have a Declaration of Independence. Those are my three documents, what I teach my children, what I teach my grandbabies. Okay? So I'm not going on. I know, Omar, you're correct. I'm not disagreeing with you. Unfortunately, we have a lot of people that don't even know their own three documents. So I land my mic again.
Oh man, great point. It's interesting if you study what Trump said tonight.
Anyway, everybody use that as a manipulation tactic to get other people to feel how they feel. I don't know if this dire need for people to. He could be racist.
Ooh, too many strikes. Oh no.
Hey now, hey now. Hey now, hey now. Never seen such a beautiful night.
But I was still part right to it. If this was to have happened to Biden during one of his correspondent dinners, there would have been like this massive call to shut down hate speech and disinformation, and they would have basically forced the hand of social media companies to do this, where it's like, I'm saying, no, that is bullshit. You should not do that. That is where I'm very different from the hypocritical left. Like, you can say what you want. Now, if you are planning on killing a president or committing a terrorist act or harming an individual that disagree with you or you're part of a group that you don't like, I mean, just saying it can land you in hot water. And that's just the way it is. But I think we have a legal standard, and it should hold. I don't want social media or large corporations dictating what it is that we're allowed to fucking say. It's like I sound probably super libertarian. But we can literally say whatever we want without crossing the threshold of making an actionable, threat or terrorizing somebody through our words by, saying like, I'll kill you, bitch, like whatever. And that's the line. Other than that, we should be able to express whatever we want. It could be as anti-Trump or as pro-Trump as we want. It could be
but how?
Far lefty and far right, whatever. Just as long as they operate
know
within
how
the
your
legal guidelines.
powers really work. Do you know how you can switch genders besides I just clench my butthole and do it? Having powers, it's incredibly complicated. And superphysiology has had to adapt and evolve.
I agree with that.
Okay, what do you think of all this? What's your thoughts?
I think it's sad, honestly. I'm getting really tired of the violence in our country, to be real with you guys. It's really tiring. This is not the country that I grew up in, and unfortunately, in the 90s.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, so this kind of shit, like I don't want this to be normalized for my kids' generation, or any kids in the United States. I don't know. I don't like this normalization of violence in our society.
To be fair, violence was way worse. So you were born in the 90s.
Yeah.
In the late 80s and early 90s, violence was far more commonplace in the United States than it has been in your lifetime. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
80s. No, actually, if I'm actually being, I'll be more specific. From the late 70s to the early 90s, America was by far more violent than it is today.
But that's kind of irrelevant, dude. She's talking about civil like this and the division politically, really, not like crime rate.
Well, I mean, yeah, a little bit of both. I'm trying to think.
1980s, late 1970s Democratic conventions where they was fighting. They used to fight at those Democratic conventions in the late 70s, early 80s. You missed that.
Oh, that's interesting. Maybe I'll watch some videos on that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, I was born in the late 90s. So, no, I wasn't around for all that.
I wasn't around either, but the videos are out there.
I'm a little bit concerned for even me being somebody who didn't vote for Donald Trump, and I don't like Donald Trump. I am a little bit concerned for his mental health. I understand what it sounds like or what it feels like after you've had an attack on your life. I have had an attack on my life before. I've survived gun violence. And I just noticed in his voice when he was speaking at the beginning of his speech he just did, an hour ago, his voice was very shaky. He kind of has like the shell shock sound going on.
I didn't hear that at all.
That's concerning for me. And I think he'll be all right. You know, we got the best of the best for our leadership in this country. But at the same time, like, this is not something we should just.
But I don't think that when the gunshots were happening, at least in the video that we could see, they were not registering in his brain. I get it; he's a draft doctor, and he doesn't understand what gunshot sound like. But one of the things that I thought was like ridiculous that he said is like, oh, perhaps the most dangerous job in the world. No, you fucking faggot. The people have a much more dangerous job than you. We're your Secret Service agents who have to confront the people that literally want to do you harm. And one of them ended up getting shot tonight, not the fucking president. Yeah. And they ended up taking out the fucking threat. And, having to listen to his narcissistic bullshit. But he addressed that, though.
Joke, are you done speaking?
No,
yeah, I'm done.
Right off of. Wait, what did you
Oh, I said, are you done? I don't think you were done. Go ahead.
No. Yeah, but I will address that. I don't think everything that he said tonight was something that he thought of on his own. I mean, in general, I don't think that for majority of the things he says, when he does give his, nationwide speeches, whatever. But especially after just like, an hour or two of almost getting shot, I don't think that like majority of what he stood up there and said was his own thought. So, there's that. But the other thing I was going to mention, I don't remember anymore, actually. I don't remember because so many people came up.
I know. I'm sure you'll think of it. What else? Not you. Not Josh.
Were in the house tonight, so that's one thing that's alarming. And then I just saw the footage of the perpetrator rushing through the screening stage. So that was alarming to see. I don't know if y'all should watch that. I don't know if I saw it on Fox or where I did. But the other thing is, I don't know what the guy's motive was, but two things. One, Trump's Google ratings are terribly low, right? So that explains one reason why he used, good for him, he used the opportunity when he spoke tonight to try to bring people together. I think it was very much defensive and opportune moment to do it. I don't agree. I'm not a Trump fan, but I think that's why he did it. And he really finds those opportunities, which is probably one reason he's managed to land on his feet every time he does something really unbelievable. But the second thing is, I don't empathize with the shooter, of course, but when the wealth gap is the way it is,
he's blaming the shooter on the wealth gap.
To most people, he represents the billionaire class, and when the wealth gap is at the point it is, people can see in the room that they're not hurting so much, but there are people that feel the economy is not serving them. A teacher in Torrance, which is just south of LA, it's really kind of closer to the beach cities, near the airport, quite frankly, LAX. I suspect that, who knows if the guy got laid off or whatever. It's not an excuse to do what he did, but I think the wealth gap is unbelievable. And so most people who realize the disparity of the billionaire class, the Kushners, people like to hate on my tribe for being among the billionaire class. I mean, I see where the animus may be coming from, and we don't even know that was the target.
Do you think we have another Luigi on our hands, Dr. J? That's kind of where you're going with this.
That we have a what?
Luigi. Remember Luigi?
Yeah, possibly. Possibly.
Oh, come on! And how did that serve Luigi?
I don't go that deep into it. Yeah, I'm not there with.
Yeah, I don't know about the Luigi thing. I don't like when the money is messed up. People want to hurt people. I don't care how big the wealth gap is, and it's gonna stay big because people are lazy, complacent, and they're too comfortable living their fucking average American life. All right, people who are wealthy are doing things that people who aren't wealthy aren't doing. I'm sorry. All right, if you
that's not how it works.
Shit in your mouth.
But that's not how it works. Yeah, exactly. So there's a great book that I recommend this Big Mog read, which is called Born on Third Base. And hey, I grew up privileged, so I'm happy to admit all the luck in the world that was afforded to me gave me opportunity. Whether I took advantage of it or not is another story. But there's definitely a lot of luck involved for many people who have seen the kind of wealth that Donald Trump has experienced. That's not to say that there's actually anything wrong with having wealth. What it's saying is when you see wealth disparity and you feel that you have no future, people do desperate things. Does it excuse it? No, but it happened.
Hey, doctor, that's an interesting. Doctor, that's an interesting take, right? But what we know is the guy's from California, right? If this guy grew up in San Bernardino somewhere or out in the valley, right? I don't want to hear this wealth stuff, right? But if he grew up maybe, if he's homeless right now, then I can maybe take that angle. But don't give me that stuff when he didn't grow up, in Altadena somewhere. We're gonna find out.
No, but what he's talking about, the wealth disparity, though, part of the problem is that it runs in families. There's a lot of nepotism that goes on.
And again, when I say wealth disparity, I'm not.
Yeah, go ahead.
This
guy was no idiot. He had multiple degrees.
He's not talking about wage disparities.
Yeah, I'm also not talking about the most impoverished people who wouldn't be able to get in a car and have any resources whatsoever to drive across country or whatever he did. I'm talking about the fact that there are a lot of Americans, and it actually doesn't surprise me. Let's say all the PhDs who were laid off at NIH or CDC, those people have doctorates, but they're not wealthy. Just because you have an education, that's part of the problem in America. It's not Trump's fault. It's that the education is not commensurate with the salary is not commensurate with the workforce. Education, right? And so that's not Trump's fault. But what it is it speaks to a great economic disparity. And if you're watching people on TV flashing wealth, and I'm not even saying Trump is doing it, anybody, you feel a disparity. So that's what I'm. That's why I gotta get.
Wow. So it happens on the white side too. I learned some
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Doctor, so the thing is,
hold on,
going to be different. People will have differences, whether in intelligence or beauty.
No, he just don't give a fuck. Let me go.
I gotta get so
you can't.
I don't know.
Why you?
Let me go.
Hello?
Just hold on. We got someone else going before you, Hanson. Hold on, okay?
My bad, Hanson.
Go ahead, so.
Yeah, real quick, doctor. I hear you with the whole disparity, but the bigger problem here is the fact that you brought it up in the conversation about the shooting. So that's the scarier thing, right? Because you make a bigger point overall, but you're responding to the shooting situation, so that has nothing to do with it.
No, we don't know what it has to do with, but if you categorically look at people's occupations, this may have absolutely nothing to do with it. It's just one thought is that if you're a teacher, if he was an entertainment lawyer and a Democrat, I would look at it a little different. As a teacher and a Democrat, with only knowing that information, I'm only jumping to a conclusion that, hey, maybe that guy felt like teachers don't get compensated very well, and he was lost his job, and a myriad of other things may have happened, but that could have been an inciting factor.
So you're just saying it as a factor that he would do it, not any justification, right?
I've not justified it once. I'm simply saying that I would be more hard pressed if it was an entertainment lawyer or a banker doing it, regardless of their political persuasion. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, even people like us on the right, there's some of us, like myself, that it gets to a point, if there's enough of an income disparity, we would be willing, I would personally be willing to do things I'm not going to say on this app. I don't need to get my account clip, but...
Hanson,
Like
I'm
what?
cut you off.
Yeah.
Sorry, Hanson.
Yay!
Smartest man in Clubhouse, you're on.
Hold
on, fellow.
OG, Brad. So you're telling me because you're not even at the lowest.
Hold on, Hanson. Okay. All right, Hanson, go ahead.
All right, thanks. Yeah, well, I mean, Doctor, I really like you, but I just don't think this is a very logical pronouncement. Because the disparity, it seems that you classify any differences disparity. Yes, but and yet you exclude the entertainment lawyer, but they can feel disparity too if they don't get the this year's bonus. If their neighbor is earning $1 million more than they did, well, people have envies. I mean, if that's a reason to, shoot somebody, taking out somebody else's life, then everything would be permissible. We would go to jail, and so I mean that is no reason. And because
are you trying to make it a utopian argument versus a realistic argument?
Can you shut up?
But I don't know if you can shut up. Like that's not the case.
People gotta shut up when a man's talking.
Yeah, exactly. So if this is reason, then anything could be a reason. And if anything is reason, then there's no reason. So the logic, there's a huge leap of logic to justify that. If that's justifiable, then anything can be justifiable.
Okay. But it's justifiable logically to undermine the plebs, the lower IQ, the underclass.
Well, the thing is, it's not
any which way you see.
You have low IQ, and then but even the higher IQ, you have a difference in IQ.
No, you are lower IQ if you're part of the underclass, generally speaking. That's a fact.
Yeah, but the thing
not
is,
could be. They are.
Sure, but that's not the reason. That's not a reason to shoot anybody. Because you can feel disparity, especially, I mean, if you're higher IQ, and that's the feeding is more acute. Because if you're low IQ, then you don't understand the difference, and then you don't see this disparity. And then but higher IQ is more sensitive. You're more sensitive.
So sure, I'm just curious.
Wait, let me just say
when it comes to the Civil War,
that's a justification.
When it comes to the Civil War in places like El Salvador, do you think the communists or the capitalists were the good guys?
What are you talking about?
In Civil War, who were the good guys? The capitalists or the
how is that
communists?
related to what we are talking about?
I'm asking you a question. If you don't know,
is
that's
it
fine.
related or is it not?
Yes, it is related. That's why I'm asking your opinion.
How's it related?
Shut the fuck up. Either you can decline to answer. You can answer the fucking question or decline to answer.
Disrespectful.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut up.
Come on.
No, but I asked you a direct question.
You guys answer all that.
Dipshit, you fuck off.
Oh shit.
No, you look like you retard. Who was worse? Who was worse?
You are.
The capitalists?
You're an asshole.
No, okay.
Your ass.
Pepe, eat that nigga, eat him up.
Yeah, okay, so once again,
Arrogant and
you're not defeating my argument. You're utilizing insults. So literally, I'm asking you, who were bad? Who were worse? Who were worse? Who were worse?
You're the worst.
No, I asked you a question. It didn't involve me.
Piece of shit.
During the El Salvadoran Civil War, who were worse? The capitalists or the communists?
You are. You're a communist piece of shit.
Yeah.
I mean, right here it shows you.
He doesn't want.
He doesn't have an actual fucking answer for anything. He goes off of emotion. This is retarded.
Wait, hold on one sec. I want to just respond to Hanson because so I usually agree with most things with Hanson, even though politically we disagree on things. I by and large I like the way he thinks, but the premise of my statement was really more about I actually was watching CNN and then I said someone say it in here and I've seen people on social media. People said there's really something sick with America, right? And the implication was that let's immediately the perpetrator obviously has mental illness, or you could argue that he had nothing left to live for, and he may have been very rational. We don't exactly. We don't know. But even Biden said that he was suicidal at a point in time, which is a mental illness.
But then everybody has.
Right. So everyone has a potential. Everyone has a. Maybe we need to look at desperation. Now, I don't think Trump has made people desperate, but the divide that we're looking at, like most people who are very wealthy, right, are much closer to the most impoverished people on the planet in terms of their wealth than they are to Musk or Bezos, whatever, right? So there is such a great disparity between the wealthiest and kind of the next level, right? So all I'm saying is, let's say if this guy was an entertainment attorney, as I argued earlier, I would have been less quick to kind of jump to a conclusion as ridiculous as you guys may think it is. But when someone says it's a teacher, that they say it was a nurse, and they said someone who probably I think doesn't get compensated as much. I don't want to say as much as they should, but compensated enough to live the quality of life, let's say in Los Angeles, and he could arguably move elsewhere, right?
But the thing is, why do you think the entertainment
That's
warriors
bullshit.
are compensated?
That's such bullshit, Dr. Jordan. I'm
Why do
sorry.
you think? Yeah,
That's just bullshit.
But Abby, all I'm saying,
I love you, Dr. J.
I know,
It's
but
bullshit. We've
okay,
enabled political violence. People are fucking lauding Luigi. Okay, we're enabling this kind of shit, and it's become like mainstream. Instead of condemning it, it's condoned. And that's the problem. And that's why you get these crazies. We had a guy from Vegas that went to New York and shot up the street. Remember, he went into the NFL office in New York? I mean, there's just story after story of these lone wolves that we've enabled.
And that's fair.
Okay?
That's totally fair.
It's just bullshit.
But I'm wrong. Wait. I'm agreeing with you. I'm mistaken because when I heard, so I don't know if you were in the room when I just said this, when I heard on CNN that someone said, one of the commentators said that the country is just sick, my interpretation of it was that they thought they were talking about dysfunction or I didn't realize they were talking, and I'm admitting my naivete. I thought they were talking about like the country as itself is sick and people are unhappy rather than this was political violence. So I'm absolutely mistaken from the get-go.
I think, Abby, I'm with.
We've normalized this kind of crap.
The Luigi argument isn't hitting me at all on this one. I think that's just like kind of a little bit of a cop out. I think I'm just not there. I don't see it, Dr. Jordan. I know where you're going with it a little bit, but I just don't see it. And I
oh man, let me say something.
What I wanted to ask both of you and others is, am I crazy to say, as soon as I saw teacher, it jumped out at me, and maybe I'm nuts. Had they said neurosurgeon or entertainment attorney or actor or something, I jumped. It jumped at me thinking, this is a.
That is
okay.
you.
Good.
I mean, why should you despise the attorneys and neurosurgeons and Elon Musk? I mean, that is on you.
Well, no, I don't despise that, but I'm not
reflexive.
No, I have a reflex. Yes, I have a reflex. The reflexive part is thinking that a profession that is underpaid is not. He's not necessarily underpaid. It's not Trump's fault.
Well,
it's not even Trump's fault. It's not American.
May I ask Doctor something?
What do you mean underpaid? As a teacher, you're saying?
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
My
You chose that profession. You got a degree. You could have gone into all kinds of.
Sure, you're right. Fair enough.
It's nobody's fault you chose a low paying profession.
Hold on a minute.
Wait a minute. But what everybody's missing. Hold on, Mountain. Mountain. Hold on a second. Okay, hold on, Mountain.
I was trying to get there before you.
Okay, that's fine. But I just want to say something really quickly. So when it comes to
never quick with you.
now, when it comes,
Quick, okay, Pete. You're not.
okay, yeah, shut up.
It's too close to the mic. It's too
So-
loud too.
Well, mute it up.
Interrupting people.
Yeah, so when it comes, when it comes to the people that feel like they're disenfranchised, okay, it doesn't matter logically why they shouldn't feel disenfranchised. They're going to. Like a very unfortunate reality is that we have people, because we come from different groups, because we come from different classes, we have multiple differences between each other. We are going to look at things through a certain lens. And of course, when it comes to, those, the haves and the have-nots, yes, there's obviously connections in who you're born, what family you're born into plays a lot into it. And yes, there's going to be a lot of people that end up really
You would think that's a logic.
disliking them.
You would think that's a logic.
It is logic. It is logic.
Wait a minute.
Pepe, don't you think that's not really?
I'm trying to get in there.
Wait, can I just say something to Pepe? Pepe, it's really not. Pepe, it's really not what's happening. You have a normalization in social media. You have a normalization on this app alone of people calling for harm to our president. You hear it in rooms all the time on here, right? We've normalized it. And if we don't call it out, it's a crime, by the way. And if we don't call it out and say, you can't say that, you can't do that, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable to kill people because you don't agree with them. And if you don't call it out, okay, social media has amplified it. But Pepe, I don't think it's necessarily because someone's disgruntled in their position in life. I think people there's been a class system for years. It's just we've normalized something. We've normalized violence this way, and we don't call it out. After Charlie Kirk was killed, and you saw the people that were celebrating that, I mean, you've got to call that shit out. And now our president, you have to say something. It's just wrong, and it's against the law.
I agree with you there 100%, but I would say and this is just me being a realist. When people feel like they're being done wrong by a certain class or group of people, they are going to lash out. I think
wrong all the time. All right. So
yes. I'm not. This is not. Stop. That's not. I'm not justifying. This is not me justifying it, retard. Shut up.
I get always interrupted.
Yeah, this is not me justifying it. I'm talking about human nature. Like, in other words, when you're to wave a bone in front of a dog, how they'll behave. Okay, there are ways that people behave when they see things that they feel are unfair.
Like
they are going to react a certain way.
Like you can't help yourself in the chat. Like a dog.
Right, just because they feel like doing something, they're not always allowed to do so.
Mountain, you're up. And Coco, I'll let you get into. I know you wanted to finish off.
Let me go after Coco, man.
Huh?
Let me go after Coco, man.
Okay, alrighty. All right, Mountain. Where are you, Mountain? I think you did all that, and Mountain's not even up here. Okay, so Coco, why don't you just get off the thought that you wanted earlier that you forgot? Go for it.
Yeah, the original thought that I was going to talk about earlier is, I think we're going to see some people try to frame this as like, the votes are going to change, and they're going to try and encourage people to vote differently than what they've been planning to. And this is something we've seen historically happen. I definitely think there's going to be a little bit of that going on. So just everybody be aware of that, right? This won't be changing any of my votes, by the way, whatsoever. I've studied on who I want in office and who I want to represent me, and it's just not going to change that. You know what I mean? So I wanted to make a comment about what you guys were actually just discussing right now, and I'm not condoning this. I never condone political violence. However, I always do try to speak up when it comes to teachers, and teachers are severely underpaid. But no, I think this guy was mentally ill. You don't just go and be like, yeah, I'm I'm not gonna say that because that's incriminating. But you don't just wake up one day and think about go and assassinating our leader, and you're just like a mentally sane person. This is not normal behavior. So I think it's unjust to be like, yeah, well, maybe it's because, they're a disenfranchised person or they come from poverty or blah, 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 blah. No, that's bullshit. It's bullshit. We all know it's bullshit. Call a spade for what a spade is.
Hey, Coco, can
That's
I
all
ask you a question? Because there's like kind of like a debate going on in the goo right now that people on this app, push this stuff all over the place with their rhetoric. Do you think that like people on this app have a responsibility for their words and what they do, the rhetoric that's going on, or no?
Yeah, absolutely, I do. And I don't know who just brought it up. After Charlie Kirk passed away, that was you. Okay. This is where I kind of started to get frustrated with people I usually align with, because after he was assassinated on a college campus, yeah, people were sitting there celebrating it. And I was really confused because I'm like, hey, look, like this guy was just killed in front of it, like a bunch of people on a school campus. That's fucking terrorism. And you're exciting, you're cheering up and down about it just because you didn't agree with what he said politically. That's disgusting. And, I was condemning all of these people. I was getting really upset. I think this is a standard we should all try to hold, even if these are people that you usually agree with. Yeah, you should be condemning them and telling them, no, that's fucking wrong. What you're thinking, like, you're spreading is disgusting. We shouldn't be normalizing, people who talk about politics or political commentators getting shot on our kids' fucking campuses. Like this is insane shit. Any normal person would be like, no, that's disgusting. It's a sad thing that he passed away, and we don't want to see any of this kind of violence. Like we don't have a place for this violence in our society or in our country at all. I mean, what kind of standard are we setting if we're not going to call people out for this shit? What kind of country do you want your kids to grow up in? That's what I want people to really think about. So that's where I'm at with that.
Well said.
Hey, Matt, can I respond to Coco?
I think Big Mog, real quick, Anthony's going to jump in here real quick. And then
Yeah, I want to yield to Anthony for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yo, it's good to see everybody in the room. Most High bless. I'm so happy that, Trump and his family are good. So with that said, Coco, I understand where you're coming from. And I share similar sentiments to you, but there's a line that we have to be careful that we don't cross. All right. So it's unfortunate, but the reality is, and whether or not it's even unfortunate is debatable. We have freedom of speech. It's not to say you're free of consequences. If your employer has a problem and they decide that they no longer want to be associated with you because of you exercising your freedom of speech, rights, First Amendment rights in this country that people have died for, so be it. That's the consequence you may face. But freely expressing their ideas and their thoughts, no matter how abhorrent they may be. It may sound crazy to some people. I have no problem being on stage, interacting with, speaking to people who freely use the N-word. I don't really care. That's right.
Me.
And I can.
I was just thinking so giddy to say that's me. Like, please stop.
Yeah. So here's what's up, man. You know, ultimately, we have to. It's a really slippery slope when we start, you know, stifling speech that we don't like. As abhorrent as it may be, that speech, somebody's going to eventually come for our right to say what we want to say. So, like I hate the stuff they say about Charlie Kirk. There's so many people that regurgitate information that they have, like, there's no basis for in reality. They've never actually sat down and listened to what he said in context to understand that so much of the narrative is just poisonous and it's not true. But, like I said, we're going to have people to say what they want to say.
I agree with you 100%. I think there's always like we can look at let's just say like Hitler was to come in power. He's going to gas the Jews and all the people he considers
Mine is the head of the hawk.
And
Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign that each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, a whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Closed by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the hawk.
Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Abrahadabra.
Living the sign at each.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether on the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire,
And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be thee. The adoration, impromptu, close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. To bout me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Green is the red triangle. Reverse the sign given of night. Save and be Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing abide that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Best of America tonight. The very best uniting us. That's how no uncertainty because we have leadership here. It's president, vice president, and the next law enforcement. You're doing them. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master, Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. the sword I invoke thee.
The voice of the fire, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb I invoke thee. 3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bane. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the fight, the voice of the 6. 11 are the voices, Abrahadabra. Strike, strike flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. Why thy name, O God, I invoke thee. Hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name,
Brother,
youth of the
you need to be more
morning,
productive
I invoke
than this.
thee.
Brother, you need to be more productive than this.
I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun, by thy name tongue, hawk of the even crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kitover, I invoke thee. O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight, by thy Haroon, the Krat, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee.
Fuck in this shit now.
Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord, o'er us, Avenger.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud.
And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news. The prosecution.
It's an honor to do that.
Council has spent beyond its means for years.
The audit I released this morning shows tens of millions
Mr.
wasted.
Mayor.
FBI 2016.
Get happy. That's how you have.
Being told what to do. Naughty. Naughty boy.
But unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings. Yea. You'll see. Okay. Enjoy.
Those very kind of didn't have enough spice to it.
Chicago Mayor.
At this.
Ask you one final question before I let.
Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord, o'er us, Avenger. Strike, strike strike the master code. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child and conquering Lord o'er us.
Strike the master chord.
Draw the flaming sword.
Proud child and conquering Lord.
Glory, sun, and
By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one.
by thy name of Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke.
By thy name Ra, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun.
By thy name Tar, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee.
By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight.
By thy heart, Lord, thy silence, beautiful child, that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee.
By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father.
Because the drivest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee.
By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. By thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name glory, thee I invoke. The names are five, the names are six, 11 are the names, and behold, I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. To the splendor of Kitover, the magnificence of Chesed, the mystery of death, I lift up mine eyes, and I saw, and I saw the unity, the Strike the master chord.
Draw the flaming sword.
Proud child and conquering Lord.
Glory, sun, and
By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one.
by thy name of Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke.
By thy name Ra, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun.
By thy name Tar, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee.
By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of
Beautiful child, the saddest on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee. By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee. O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. Because the driveth thy chariot through the heavens of soon. I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. By thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. And by thine own, thy secret name, glory, thee I invoke. The names are fire, the names are sins, 11 are the names, behold, I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. To the splendor of Kitover, the magnificence of Chesed, the mystery of death, I lift up mine eyes, and I sought the unity of Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Glory, Son, and Child. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name of Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke. By thy name, Ra, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun. By thy name, Tar, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name, Ra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of grace. Silence, beautiful child, the saddest on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee. By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee. O man of strength and splendor, O poet,
the master chord.
Draw the flaming sword.
Proud child and conquering Lord.
Glory, Son, and Child.
By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, Hawk of the sun, the glorious one.
By thy name of Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke.
By thy name Ra, I invoke thee, Lion of the midday sun.
By thy name Tar, Hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee.
By thy name Ra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of
Lord, thy silence, beautiful child, stand us on the dragons of the field. I invoke thee.
By thy name,
Apollo,
I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father.
Because the drivest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus. I invoke thee.
I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. By thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. I know thy secret name, glory. I invoke the names of fire, the names of six, 11 are the names, and behold, I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. To the splendor of Kitover, the magnificence of Chesed, the mystery of death, I lift up mine eyes.
My soul and the song, unity, be around me.
Strike, strike the master chord.
Draw the flaming sword.
Proud child and conquering Lord.
Glory, Son, and Child.
By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, Hawk of the sun, the glorious one.
By thy name of Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke.
By thy name Ra, I invoke thee, Lion of the midday sun.
By thy name Tar, Hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee.
By thy name Ra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of
Lord, thy silence, beautiful child, stand us on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee.
By thy name,
Apollo,
I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father.
because the drivest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus. I invoke thee.
I invoke thee, O warrior
renown of the saga. By thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, Puri, thee I invoke. The names are five, the names are six, 11 are the names, and behold, I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. To the splendor of Kitover, the magnificence of Chesed, the mystery of death, I lift up mine eyes, and I saw, and I saw the unity, the strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord. Glory, Son, and by thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, Hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name of Moses, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke. By thy name, Ra, I invoke thee, Lion of the midday sun. By thy name, Tar, Hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name, Ra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of silence, beautiful child, that standest on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee by thy name, Apollo. I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. Because the driveth thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. By thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, Puri, thee I invoke. The names are five, the names are six, 11 are the names, behold, I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. To the splendor of Kitover, the magnificence of Chesed, the mystery of death, I lift up mine eyes, and I saw, and I saw the unity, the Elohim. swan. By thy name, O Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke. By thy name, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun. By thy name, Tar, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. Lord, thy silence, beautiful child, that standest on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee. By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee. O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. Because the drivest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the by thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, glory, thee I invoke. The names are five, the names are six, 11 are the names, and behold, I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. To the splendor of Kitover, the magnificence of Chesed, the mystery of death, I lift up mine eyes, and I saw, and I have sought the unity of strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord. Glory, Son, and by thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name of Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke. By thy name, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun. By thy name, Tar, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. Lord, thy silence, beautiful child, that standest on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee. By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee. O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. Because the drivest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. By thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. The names are five. The names are six. 11 are the names. And God of God. Behold, I stand in the midst. Mine is the symbol of the silence. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. To the splendor of Kitover, the magnificence of Chesed, the mystery of death, I lift up mine eyes. I saw and I saw the unity of Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown child and conquering Lord. Glory, Son, and Child. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, Hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name of Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke. By thy name Ra, I invoke thee, Lion of the midday sun. By thy name Tar, Rock of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kefra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of silence, beautiful child, that standest on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee. By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee. O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father.
Should we have killed the Enron people instead of just taking
Abby, I got this. The proletariat is not an answer to my question. The question I asked was about policy. If you don't happen to know the fucking policy, did you read the bill? No. Did you read it? Just say you don't know. Just say you don't know the policy. Did you read it? Did you? Yes, I did. I happen to read it because I have a family member who worked on it. Down the line, I read it. To you, and the original question, which you are dodging. The original question, which you are dodging, is what part of that? No, which part of? No. I asked you the question ahead of time. You asked me the question afterward. My question is more pertinent than yours because you didn't. Yes, it is because you happened to ask me afterward. You asked me afterward. You didn't ask me before. You asked me afterward. So because you asked me afterward, you got to answer the question previous, which is what part of the big ugly bill are you talking about? Did you read it? If you read it, bro, you would stop asking if I read it. Tell me a part of the. No, that's an answer of somebody who can't cite me chapter and verse. I'm sorry, federal code says one. It doesn't say three things. It doesn't say two things. It says one thing. And if you can't tell me this, it means you didn't fucking read it. All right, which is exactly the problem with people in your position. You don't bother to read the fucking text before you criticize it because if you had, you'd been able to cite me chapter and verse where it's fucked up. Because I can tell you where a couple of it's right. But you gotta figure out where he wants to fuck up. The fact that you can't, the fact that you're not willing to be specific is a problem.
Marshall, and I appreciate that. And that's not, don't take it personally. I think just it's an opportunity for all of us to be better.
Abby, I did find some stuff for you. And it looks like it comes from Federal Reserve. There was a couple articles from Fortune that quoted those numbers, and then I traced it back to their source. Their source was Federal Reserve data. So that's where that comes from. Now, yeah, I could. And then the second thing, which I think is really interesting, I wanted to find the quote or the 50% of college students looking favorable, more sympathizing more with Mangione than they did with the victim. And I did find a couple polls on this. And what's interesting is looking through, I found a second. And what's fascinating is I think Joe has a point, but then the counter is also wonderful. Okay, so it looks like here. Let me see this. So this one poll, this is 5. So there's an Emerson poll, and it basically is showing that people more on the left, and specifically younger Democrats, call for more violence with the anti-rich, anti-CEO violence type stuff. And then there was a Christian nationalist poll that was done, and surprisingly, 3 out of 10 Christian nationalists believe that political violence is necessary to save the country. So we have. This is two sides.
Amen,
Interesting things to
For
consider.
he is risen, Christ is
I
born.
wonder what the size of that demographic
Shall
is.
be on the
they
first
polled.
Monday.
Fiscal advice.
The sample size.
They're going to do. We take what they do as a given, and we.
I did want to say the catalyst, by the way, and I mean I could rattle off a bunch of them to you, but I quickly said when you were talking Enron, the Hinkley Brown water, the BP case, the FinFed, these were all companies that went under as a result of large class actions of groups that someone getting together, and same thing with the tobacco industry, taking them down. I mean, you can take down an industry without murdering the CEO. You can do it through our system, through our rule of law. It is possible. And some of the biggest corporations in our country have been subject and Enron is probably the best example, but also the other ones I cited. So it's not like so fatalistic that the only option. And I'm not saying you're calling for that catalyst.
Everything was normal when this guy was walking into a.
I'm curious what people will say to this. The security issue tonight seems to be of concern, and this isn't to blame Homeland Security funding or anything. I heard that with all the protectees in the building, and maybe Abby, you can speak to this, having been to a similar event. All the protectees in the building, I heard the security was off the charts everywhere, as would be expected, but it was particularly intense. I don't know if the pundits are talking about this now, but because I've been watching, but I can't understand. The reason I bring this up too is because when someone doesn't breach security or get shots off, it doesn't become a news story like this. It does to some degree, but we don't typically go deep into their profile, right? Because they were neutralized or nothing happened. So there's a sampling bias with regard to, unless I'm wrong, with regard to the coverage of these things, number one. But number two, I'm curious about the security issue, because, and I'm not blaming Trump at all. I'm just curious. It seems like it was very intense, and why was there this breach? Because it scared me that if someone can get
president is in a building, when you have an event with the president or the vice president, Secret Service takes over security. So even if you have your own security, or even if it's your local metropolitan police that are securing it, or even your FBI, for all the entranceways and takes over the security protocol.
No, I wasn't part of it. I had to be at an event where there was an advance team that came to check, and the president didn't end up coming. This was when Clinton was president. So I understand that aspect, but what I'm asking is, and I'm not blaming the Trump administration, I'm just asking, what about Secret Service and their protocol? Because it seemed like they had this thing covered to a T, but still this individual got as far as they did. I'm not blaming any side or even the agency. I'm just asking, isn't that a super surprise to people?
His campaigning is totally in the toilet. The Epstein files are still dogging his heels. Congress, the Republican GP can't get anything through. And every single time he's polling like this, he has something to distract.
That's not even remotely accurate.
And this is massively a distraction and noise and probably planned.
So,
Do you think about
that didn't happen.
open your mouth, Dad?
That didn't happen that way. First off, the security around the Hilton is open. Yeah. The Secret Service controls the interior around the ballroom, and it locked it down, which obviously is evident by every video you could possibly download. The outer perimeter towards the ballroom to get the entrance in there was controlled by Capitol Police, DC Metro Police, and various other Secret Service entities. The assailant ran through from the outer perimeter, which is the hotel lobby area, and he basically went running past them. Now, he didn't even breach the second layer, which is the first layer is just the megatrometer and those guys that are just checking you, asking you for your pass. He breached past that and then ran into the second layer, which was clearly armed, in which he was subdued. So he didn't even get to the final layers of security, which would have been around the doors, around the ballroom, and sitting there on the wings on either side of the president and most of the staff there. It's not how it's set up, and it was designed that way because in the Hilton there are other people that are there as well. There are other dignitaries, guests, and stuff. They're just sitting there out of the blue. So they have access to that hallway. You're just not allowed to gain access to the other areas. Now, going forward, I can promise you that if there's ever an event held at the Hilton, they will probably have to be forced to lock down, which will be a shame because now you'll have to move the venue just because of the security protocol. But the security protocols that were enacted tonight did hold. They did respond accurately based on everything that's reported. And I doubt any idiot is going to sit there and tell me that some fucking moron running at full speed as fast as he can after he hastily put together a weapon managed to get a fucking perfect shot off to hit a Secret Service member in the chest through the armor plate at a distance that was safe, that didn't cause massive amounts of trauma while running. That seems kind of, well, I'm going to say either you don't know how firearms work or you watch too much Hollywood in order to actually do any of that stuff. I've ran with firearms, and I can tell you, I can't hit that fucking accurate at that range. Even I'd have to be like within 5 yards. But you somehow or another, people are going to throw a conspiracy together, and you just sound ridiculous when you actually meet people who know how this shit works.
Still sounds, it's as someone who's actually been to war and been to a few campaigns for a very long time and watched how things move in the political spheres, how things are moved and what is said and not said. It seemed kind of staged, very much so.
Well, and this is also why I brought it up. I don't necessarily buy into the fact that it was staged, but what I wanted to point to, and this again is bipartisan, quote unquote, I guess you could say it that way, is that, you know, if someone had hit a perimeter wall, it would have been newsworthy, but it wouldn't have evacuated. I imagine it wouldn't have called for evacuation. But because he breached security to the degree that he did, it became a much more obviously newsworthy story. I guess what I'm saying is there's a spectrum of events that we hear about every day that
gets on the radar of Secret Service, that they either neutralize someone, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, we only...
The reason this got on the news the way it did is because it happened at the Correspondence Center with 2,000 people. It was a gala. Like, it was picked. Like, you're making weird assumptions and correlations that just don't make sense.
No, but what I'm simply saying is that if the gala had continued and there was and something ricocheted off a perimeter wall outside, it would have made the news, but we wouldn't have gone. The media probably wouldn't go as far as to profile someone to the degree. Well, that's inaccurate as well, what I just said. But my point is, the depth of the breach always dictates the coverage that it's going to get, and of course that makes sense. What I'm trying to say is about the numerous incidents.
But he didn't breach the layers. He was caught by the first layer. Like, he didn't even get to the second layer. Like, they swarmed him. It was done. There's videos online. You could watch the reaction. He never even got to the stairwells. Like, you're saying something like that just doesn't make sense. Either you're ignorant of not knowing how this event unfolded and you're just going based on what you hear, or you're just making it up, because he never broke through that first tier layers.
Right. I saw the video where he gets through. He's running through the metal.
Yes, he gets through the magnetometer. Yes, and then he stopped.
All I'm saying though is that and they even talked about this on the news, I think. If they put another set of metal detectors back by the entrance, which wasn't feasible, and there's also more multiple entrances to the lobby, as I understand, then this could have been prevented. And I'm not saying it's entirely necessary. I'm only responding to the fact that the news covers things based on the depth of the breach and the proximity.
No, they covered it because they were all in the fucking room, and then they realized for the first time that, like someone said, that maybe we're partially to blame for creating some of the chaos that's ensuing. So, no, this isn't having anything to do with the layering and pushing it out. Unfortunately, protocols will probably shift to where we actually push it further out, and entities like the Hilton going forward will be in a lockdown where there won't be any entrances going through, and you'll have one main funnel area. But again, he didn't really breach the security. He ran through the magnetometer, surprised a few of the initial responders, and then was snared up. And then you saw the covering flanks, which they fanned out in all directions up on the upper levels as well as around the room, and they were flying down there. He never even got to what you're considering the true security layers. He got through the outer perimeter just by running, and yeah, that's going to happen if some idiot wants to run, but he didn't breach any area. He was ensnared too quickly.
Dr. Jordan, every major correspondent in the media was in that room. I mean, if you're wondering why the press covered it, every single one was in there. And if they weren't in there, they were in the lobby. Their junior reporters were all in the lobby. And every major reporter, every news outlet, from Reuters and AP and every streaming service, everyone has a table at that event.
But, okay,
so they're all in there.
But are you saying that, let's say it was the National Electricians Association conference and the president happened to be speaking, are you saying that you don't think it would have gotten the coverage? And what I'm saying, so I understand it's a very interesting discussion because, well, what I'm saying is that the media, for example, I do not have the first clue I did who went after President Trump, who was on his at the Mar-a-Lago at the golf club. I don't remember who was at the golf course, who that perpetrator was. I don't remember very much about him. And you're absolutely right. Obviously, they covered this intensively because every major network, every journalist of prominence was there. But what I find interesting, though, is that here on Clubhouse, we don't tear things apart if we don't have that much information, right? So, for example, the incident that occurred where sadly one of the National Guard's officers or one of the National Guardsmen was killed, the other one was shot at the corner of Pennsylvania Avenue, and I forget where exactly.
That was covered on Clubhouse for like a week and a half, and yeah, maybe you don't find the same attention because it wasn't the president of the United States filled with 2,000 members of the mainstream media as well as other dignitaries. Like you had the vice president and the president in the same room. Of course, this is going to be top world news.
That's exactly my point, Brad, is that there are so many variables, and you're talking about major issues, but there are so many variables that go into what I'm calling a security breach. I'm not trying to say that's accurate language. I'm just saying there are so many variables to how